In the dimly lit courtroom, 16-year-old Kara Winslow sat with a smug grin plastered across her face, fiddling with her phone case as if the charges were just a boring interruption to her day. She had deleted every single text, every incriminating message, convinced that her digital cleanup would bury the truth forever. Her eyes sparkled with that teenage arrogance, the kind that whispers, "I'm untouchable because I'm young." But deep down, she didn't grasp the weight of her actions, the life she had shattered, the family left in ruins. She thought her age was a shield, her smile a weapon. Little did she know, the FBI had already clawed back 847 messages from the void, each one a nail in her coffin. Justice was coming, and it wouldn't be kind. Stories like this remind us that justice always finds its way. If you believe in accountability, subscribe now and tell us what you think below. This is how it all began. Kara Winslow was the queen of her high school hallways in Cedar Hollow, a small town where everyone knew everyone's secrets, but she made sure hers stayed hidden. She wasn't the type to raise her voice. Instead, she wielded rumors like a scalpel, cutting down anyone who crossed her. Maya Torres, also 16, was different. Kind-hearted, always volunteering at the library, with a laugh that filled rooms and a habit of checking in with her mom, no matter what. Maya had no idea that a simple disagreement with Kara would spiral into something dark. It started with whispers, escalated to screenshots shared in group chats, and built a tension that simmered under the surface. On that fateful evening, Maya headed to Hollow Creek Trail, lured by a message she thought was from a friend. The air was crisp, the path familiar, but danger waited in the shadows. Kara had planned it meticulously, believing her phone would keep her safe. But as Maya's phone pinged one last time at 9:17 p.m., the clock started ticking on a truth that couldn't be erased. In the quiet interrogation room of the Cedar Hollow police station, the air hung heavy with unspoken accusations. 16-year-old Kara Winslow sat there under the harsh glow of fluorescent lights, her hoodie sleeves pulled down over her hands as if to hide any trace of guilt. She smirked at the detective across the table, tilting her phone screen toward him like it was some kind of prize. "See? It's clean," she said with a casual shrug, her voice laced with that teenage confidence that bordered on defiance. The detective leaned forward, his eyes steady, probing for cracks in her story. Kara had been brought in after reports of her missing classmate, Maya Torres, surfaced, but she acted like this was just another boring afternoon. She crossed her arms, leaning back in her chair, as if the questions about Maya's disappearance were nothing more than idle chatter. Deep down, though, a flicker of unease stirred. She had spent hours scrubbing her digital life, deleting texts and messages, convinced that erasure meant freedom. But the detective's gaze held a quiet certainty, a reminder that some secrets refuse to stay buried. Kara's smirk faltered just a fraction, but she quickly recovered, flashing a grin that screamed innocence. Little did she know, the wheels of investigation were already turning, and her so-called clean slate was about to be rewritten. She had deleted everything, every text, every direct message, even the remnants in her trash folder, believing that a simple swipe could make the whole nightmare vanish. Kara thought she was clever, outsmarting the system with a factory reset and a smug nod. But then came the bombshell from the FBI's digital forensics lab. 847 recovered messages are pulled from the depths of her device like ghosts rising from a grave. These weren't random notes. They were threads of a dark plan, timestamps that painted a picture of deception and malice. The lab report landed on the detective's desk with a thud, its pages filled with metadata that didn't lie. Kara's world, so carefully curated on social media, was unraveling bite by bite. She had assumed technology was her ally, a shield against consequences, but it turned out to be the ultimate betrayer. As the detective read the first few lines aloud, Kara's casual demeanor cracked, her fingers twitching involuntarily. The number 847 echoed in her mind, a relentless reminder that deletion was just an illusion. Justice, it seemed, had a way of digging deeper than any app could hide. The room grew colder in that instant, a chill settling over everyone present as Kara's mother whispered from the corner. "She's just a kid, you know." Her voice trembled with a mix of denial and desperation, a clinging to the image of her daughter as an innocent girl caught in a misunderstanding. But the detective's response was measured, his tone honed from years of facing such pleas. Kids don't erase entire timelines after someone goes missing. It was a simple statement, but it carried the weight of evidence already mounting. Kara shifted in her seat, her smirk fading into something more guarded, as if she sensed the shift in the air. Her mother reached out, but Kara pulled away, maintaining that facade of control. The interrogation room, with its plain walls and one-way mirror, felt like a stage where the truth was slowly being unveiled. Outside, the town buzzed with whispers of Maya's absence, but inside, the focus narrowed to Kara's choices. The detective pressed on, his questions probing the gaps in her story, each one chipping away at her confidence. In that moment, the line between youthful mistake and calculated act blurred, leaving everyone to wonder how far denial could stretch before it snapped. On the metal table between them lay a sealed evidence bag, its contents stark and unyielding. Kara's phone, now powered off and tagged for analysis, alongside an extraction request form, headed to the Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory, or RCFL. This wasn't some small-town operation. The RCFL existed for cases like this, where devices held on to secrets long after their owners tried to wipe them clean. The form's simple line authorizing the deep dive into digital remnants felt like a promise of revelation. Kara glanced at it dismissively, but the detective noticed her eyes linger a second too long. He explained calmly how experts would carve through layers of data, recovering what she thought was gone forever. The bag's plastic crinkled slightly as he adjusted it, a sound that amplified the tension. Kara's mind raced, replaying the frantic moments she'd spent deleting, but now doubt crept in. The RCFL's involvement meant federal eyes on her case, turning a local disappearance into something much larger. As the detective outlined the process, Kara's casual posture stiffened, her hands clenching under the table. This bag wasn't just evidence. It was the key to unlocking the truth she had tried so desperately to lock away. Kara's friend, sitting nervously in the adjacent room, let out a giggle at the worst possible moment, a nervous tick that echoed through the thin walls. When it was meant to lighten the mood, perhaps, but it landed like a misfired joke in a solemn place. Kara, hearing it, watched the detective's face for any reaction, her eyes narrowing like she was sizing up a weak opponent in a game. "You're wasting your time," she said coolly, her voice steady despite the rising stakes. "Check the cameras instead. I wasn't even there." It was a deflection thrown out with the arrogance of someone who believed her story was airtight. The detective didn't bite. I'm simply jotting notes without breaking eye contact. Kara's friend shifted uncomfortably, the giggle now replaced by wide-eyed silence, realizing the gravity of the situation. In that exchange, Kara's confidence shone through, but so did her miscalculation. She treated the interrogation like a debate she could win with words alone, not understanding that evidence spoke louder. The room's atmosphere thickened. The friend's presence a reminder that Kara didn't act in isolation. Others were tangled in her web. As the detective probed further, Kara's responses grew sharper, her arrogance a shield that was starting to show its cracks. The detective didn't argue back. He simply nodded toward the interview room's small window, where the faint outline of the courthouse loomed in the distance. "A judge will decide what really matters," he said evenly, his words carrying a subtle edge. "And judges don't take kindly to cases involving missing girls." It was a promise, not a threat, hanging in the air like a foreshadowing of the trials to come. Kara's smirk returned, but it was forced now, a mask slipping under scrutiny. She leaned back, crossing her arms defiantly, as if to dismiss the idea of consequences. But the weight of his statement settled over her, planting seeds of doubt. The room felt smaller, on the promise of a courtroom battle transforming the interrogation into the opening act of a larger drama. Outside, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that mirrored the lengthening shadow over Kara's future. She had laughed off the questions, deleted the evidence, but justice had a way of circling back. The detective gathered his notes, signaling the end of this round, leaving Kara to stew in the silence. That nod toward the window was more than a gesture. It was the first real tease of accountability, a hint that her story was far from over. The missing girl at the heart of it all was Maya Torres, just 16 years old, with a spirit that lit up the quiet corners of Cedar Hollow. She was the type who volunteered at the local library, her laughter a bit too loud for the hushed aisles, drawing smiles from everyone around her. Maya had a ritual of texting her mom home in 10 every evening, in a small assurance that she was safe and sound. But on that night, the text never came, leaving a void that echoed through her family's home. Friends remembered her as reliable, always there with a kind word or a helping hand, her presence a steady comfort in their teenage world. Maya's disappearance wasn't just a mystery. It was a rupture in the fabric of normalcy, turning routine days into searches filled with worry. Her mother replayed old voicemails, clinging to the sound of Maya's voice, while the town rallied with posters and prayers. In the interrogation room, as Kara sat smirking, Maya's absence loomed large, a silent accusation that no deletion could erase. The contrast was stark. One girl's light dimmed, another's arrogance on full display. As details emerged, it became clear that Maya's trusting nature had been her undoing, pulling at the heartstrings of everyone who knew her story. Cedar Hollow was the sort of town where trust came easy. It was a place where strangers stood out. It was a place where strangers stood out, so danger from within felt unimaginable, especially along the locker-lined hallways of the high school. People here noticed the little things, a new car, a missed wave, and that closeness made Maya's vanishing all the more jarring. The calm before the storm was deceptive, with everyday life humming along until it didn't. Families gathered for barbecues, kids biked the same paths, but beneath it all, tensions simmered in the shadows of teenage social circles. Kara navigated this world like a strategist, her influence subtle but powerful. The town's trusting nature amplified the shock when whispers of foul play surfaced, turning community gatherings into vigils. As investigators dug deeper, a Cedar Hollow's facade of safety cracked, revealing how familiarity could mask the darkest intentions. In this setting, Maya's story unfolded not as an isolated incident, but as a betrayal that shook the foundations of a place built on mutual reliance. Maya's last day unfolded with the ordinary rhythms that defined her life. Complaints about her hair not cooperating, a half-eaten breakfast left on the kitchen table, and a promise to her little brother that she'd cheer him on at his game come Friday. It was these small, heartfelt moments that made her real, not just a name in a report. Her mother, Elena, saved every voicemail automatically, a habit born of love rather than fear, treasuring the casual updates that painted Maya's world. School that day was typical. Classes, chats with friends, a quick stop at her locker. Maya moved through it all with her usual warmth, oblivious to the gathering clouds. Her brother later recalled her teasing him about his messy room, a sibling bond that now felt like a precious memory. As evening approached, Maya grabbed her hoodie, folding it neatly before heading out, her steps light with the innocence of youth. These details, pieced together by loved ones, formed a portrait of a girl full of promise. Cut short by choices not Maya Torres's life, was a collection of vibrant snapshots that painted her as a girl deeply rooted in her world. It's someone who belonged to the people around her without question. At 16, she filled her days with debate club meetings, where her sharp mind and passionate arguments often turned to heads. Her room was scattered with thrift store finds, like mismatched earrings that dangled with a quirky charm, each one a story from weekend hunts with friends. Her calendar, pinned to the wall, brimmed with small but meaningful obligations: volunteering shifts at the library, study sessions, and family dinners that anchored her in a routine of care and connection. Maya wasn't the type to drift. She was the steady presence others leaned on, her kindness a quiet force that drew people in. Friends recalled how she'd drop everything to help with homework or listen to a problem, her empathy making her indispensable. In Cedar Hollow, where life moved at a gentle pace, Maya's anchored existence stood out, a testament to her thoughtful nature. But on the night she vanished, those snapshots began to feel like fragments of a puzzle, each one hinting at the void left behind. Elena, her mother, would later sift through them, holding on to the memories as if they could summon her back. Maya's life wasn't flashy, but it was full, intertwined with those she loved, making her absence all the more profound. Her mother, Elena, often spoke of Maya's most consistent habit: checking in, not out of obligation or strict rules, but because she was inherently considerate, and always thinking of how her actions affected others. Every evening, without fail, Maya would send a quick text or call, sharing bits of her day, a funny story from school, plans for the weekend, or just a simple, "I'm okay." It was her way of weaving reassurance into the fabric of family life, a small gesture that built unbreakable bonds. Elena cherished these moments, saving messages like treasures, replaying them on tough days. But Maya understood the worry that came with being a parent in a world full of uncertainties, and her check-ins were a balm against that. Friends envied this trait, noting how it made Maya seem mature beyond her years, reliable in a sea of teenage unpredictability. In the aftermath of her disappearance, those missed check-ins became haunting echoes, markers of what was lost. Elena stared at her phone, willing it to light up with Maya's familiar words, but the silence only deepened the ache. This habit wasn't controlling, it was loving, a thread that connected Maya to her world, now severed without warning. Cedar Hollow High School was a microcosm of the town itself, with its bustling cafeteria corners where alliances formed over shared lunches, the senior parking lot buzzing with after-school plans, and the winding footpath behind the gym that students used to shave minutes off their walks home. The school mapped out like a familiar grid, at each area holding its own stories and secrets. Lockers lined the halls decorated with stickers and photos, while classrooms hummed with the energy of learning and laughter. Maya navigated this space with ease, often found in the library corner debating topics or helping peers with assignments. The footpath, shaded by trees, offered a shortcut, but also a quiet escape, a place where teens could steal moments away from watchful eyes. In this setting, social dynamics played out vividly, groups forming and shifting, rumors traveling fast. Kara's influence loomed here, subtle yet pervasive, but Maya moved through it with her own quiet confidence. The school's layout became crucial in piecing together her last day, each spot a potential clue. As investigators mapped it out, the ordinary became ominous, revealing how familiar grounds could hide unexpected dangers. Maya's closest friend, Jules Mercer, I later shared how Maya had been unusually stressed in the weeks leading up to that night, her usual cheer dimmed by whispers of circulating screenshots and a rumor that felt deliberately aimed at her. Jules remembered Maya confiding in hushed tones during lunch, her eyes darting around as if expecting judgment. The stress showed in small ways: forgotten homework, distracted conversations, a forced smile that didn't quite convince. It stemmed from a fallout in their social circle, where words twisted into weapons, leaving Maya feeling exposed and vulnerable. Jules tried to help, suggesting they ignore it, but Maya couldn't shake the unease, sensing it was more than idle gossip. This tension built quietly, eroding Maya's peace, yet she pushed through, maintaining her routines. In retrospect, Jules wished she'd probed deeper, recognizing the signs of something brewing. The rumor, vague but persistent, chipped away at Maya's confidence, and making her question trusts she once held dear. As details emerged, this stress became a key thread, illustrating how subtle pressures could escalate in the pressure of teenage life, setting the stage for tragedy. A guidance counselor at the school recalled Kara's unique way of holding sway. She didn't bully with force or loud words. She did it with what looked like proof, screenshots, messages, things that made her version seem undeniable. This insight painted Kara as a master manipulator, her methods insidious and calculated, relying on digital evidence to bend perceptions. The counselor had seen it play out in sessions where students came in upset over rumors that traced back to Kara's circle. It wasn't overt aggression, but a slow erosion of trust, leaving targets isolated. Maya, with her straightforward honesty, clashed against this, refusing to play along. The counselor's notes highlighted how Kara curated her image, always one step ahead, saw her influence like a shadow over the school's social landscape. This dynamic added layers to the investigation, showing motive rooted in control and resentment. As the counselor reflected, it was a reminder that power in youth often hid behind screens, making confrontations feel intangible, yet deeply wounding. In Maya's case, this subtle bullying escalated, turning whispers into something far more dangerous. One quiet detail stood out in the timeline. Maya had changed her phone's passcode just 2 days before she vanished, a small act that spoke volumes about her growing instinct to protect herself from prying eyes. It wasn't dramatic, no big announcement, but a precautionary step, perhaps triggered by the circulating rumors or a sense of unease. Friends like Jules noticed Maya being more guarded with her device, holding it closer, double-checking locks. This change suggested she felt a threat, even if unspoken, a teenage way of fortifying boundaries. Investigators latched onto it, seeing it as evidence of mounting tension. Elena remembered Maya mentioning it casually over dinner, brushing it off as just in case, but now it felt like a premonition. The new passcode complicated early searches, but also highlighted Maya's awareness, her attempt to safeguard her private world. In the broader story, this detail humanized her, showing a girl navigating complexities with quiet resolve. It underscored the digital vulnerabilities of youth, where a simple code could represent a line of defense against invisible harms. When Elena searched Maya's room in those frantic first hours, she found her daughter's hoodie on the bed, folded in a haphazard way that wasn't like Maya at all, as if she'd tried to pack it quickly, but abandoned the effort midway. The fabric, soft and worn from use, carried Maya's scent, a heartbreaking reminder of her presence. Elena held it close, tracing the folds, imagining Maya's hands rushing through the motion. It suggested haste, perhaps a last-minute decision to meet someone, leaving clues in the disarray. The room otherwise looked normal, books stacked, bed made, but this detail screamed irregularity. Investigators photographed it, noting the anomaly as potential evidence of interruption. For Elena, it became a symbol of unfinished business, a life paused mid-step. Friends speculated Maya might have been preparing for something casual, like a walk, but the folded hoodie hinted at more. This discovery amplified the mystery, turning a bedroom into a scene of quiet desperation. As word spread, it pulled at the community's heart, evoking images of a girl caught off guard. Maya's last confirmed plan came from Jules, who recalled her saying she was meeting someone briefly near the Hollow Creek trailhead, A scenic spot on the edge of a federal recreation area, popular among locals for its peaceful paths and water views. It sounded innocent, a quick chat, nothing out of the ordinary. But in hindsight, it carried an ominous weight. Maya mentioned it casually after school, her tone light, as if it were just another errand. The trailhead, with its winding paths and creek sounds, was a go-to for clearing one's head, but its isolation made it risky after dark. Jules didn't press for details, assuming it was friend-related, perhaps tied to the ongoing stress. Now that assumption haunted her, a missed chance to intervene. The location's federal boundary would later draw in broader resources, but at the time, it seemed benign. Maya's words lingered in Jules's memory, a fragment that investigators pieced into the puzzle. The plan's vagueness added to the tension, suggesting trust in the wrong hands. The town's initial reaction to Maya's disappearance was a wave of denial, with parents frantically refreshing tracking apps like Life 360 on their phones, neighbors driving familiar loops in search of any sign, and teachers calling in favors to spread the word. It was as if the community collectively refused to accept the worst, clinging to hope through action. Flashlights pierced the night, voices calling Maya's name echoed down streets, and group chats buzzed with updates. Elena coordinated from home, her phone a lifeline of incoming tips that mostly led nowhere. This denial phase was palpable, a buffer against fear, but it couldn't last. As hours turned to a day, the searches grew more organized, volunteers joining in droves. The collective effort highlighted Cedar Hollow's tight-knit spirit, yet underlying it was a growing dread. People whispered about possibilities, a runaway, an accident. But deep down, instincts pointed elsewhere. This response humanized the town, showing resilience amid uncertainty. Of a nearby traffic camera revealed her silhouette walking alone at 8:49 p.m. toward the trail access road. The footage was grainy but clear enough to confirm her clothing and gait, a solitary figure under streetlights. It didn't show alarm, no running, no glances back, just purposeful steps into the evening. And that's what unnerved investigators. She appeared calm, unsuspecting, which suggested deception rather than flight. The timestamp aligned with her last phone ping, tightening the timeline. Officers replayed the video, noting details like her backpack strap and shoe style. This evidence shifted the case from routine to urgent, prompting wider searches. Elena watched the clip with a mix of relief and terror, seeing her daughter alive, yet heading into unknown peril. So the camera's impartial eye became a crucial witness, capturing what words couldn't. In the story's arc, this moment marked a turning point, from denial to directed action, fueling the drive to uncover what happened next. The camera footage didn't capture fear in Maya's posture, which only heightened the investigators' concern. She walked with the confidence of someone meeting a familiar face, not fleeing danger. Her stride was steady, backpack slung over one shoulder, or as if this were just another evening stroll. This lack of visible distress pointed to trust, perhaps a lure under false pretenses, making the scenario all the more chilling. Experts analyzed the video for shadows or anomalies, but it stood as a stark, unemotional record. For Elena, it was bittersweet, a last glimpse of Maya moving freely, yet a harbinger of loss. The absence of panic suggested calculation on someone's part, eroding the hope of a simple misunderstanding. As word spread, the community grappled with this detail, questioning how danger could hide in plain sight. It amplified the mystery, turning a routine walk into a path toward tragedy. Jules remembered one more telling detail from that afternoon. Kara had asked, far too casually, "Where does Maya hang out when she's upset?" The question slipped into conversation like an afterthought, but Jules now saw it as probing, a fishing for information. At the time, it seemed harmless, Kara feigning concern perhaps, but retrospect painted it sinister. Jules answered vaguely, mentioning the trail, not thinking twice. This exchange lingered in her mind, a regret that gnawed at her during searches. Investigators noted it as a potential link, Kara's interest aligning suspiciously with Maya's plans. The casualness masked intent, a subtle thread in the web. Jules's recollection added emotional weight, highlighting betrayal among friends. A teacher spotted Kara that same night in the school parking lot, laughing with a group, her phone held low with the screen dimmed, a posture that suggested concealment, as if hiding something from view. The laughter rang out, contrasting sharply with the growing worry elsewhere. The teacher passed by without much thought, but later reported it as odd timing. Kara's demeanor was light, unburdened, her phone's glow faint against the evening dusk. This sighting became a clue, eye-placing her active and composed while Maya headed toward uncertainty. It underscored Kara's duality, outward normalcy, hiding potential secrets. Elena tried calling Maya's number repeatedly, her heart pounding with each ring. It connected twice before diverting to voicemail, where Maya's cheerful greeting played like a ghost from happier times. The sound was both comforting and agonizing, a digital echo of her voice. Elena left messages, pleading for a response, but the line stayed silent. This ritual amplified her desperation, turning a phone into a vessel of false hope. Investigators traced the calls, noting the diversion as another timeline marker. The voicemail became a poignant symbol, preserved in evidence, reminding all of Maya's vibrancy. The first search team ventured onto the Hollow Creek path at dawn, the air thick with the scent of wet leaves and the metallic tang of the creek. Flashlights cut through the mist, volunteers moving methodically. Hopes were high for a quick find, but the world felt too ordinary for the gravity of the task. Birds chirping, water flowing, as if nature ignored the human drama. Hopes were high for a quick find, but the path's twists hid possibilities. This initial sweep set the tone, blending determination with creeping dread. A volunteer's flashlight suddenly caught something pale near the waterline, snagged on exposed roots like a forgotten relic. A piece of fabric, twisted and damp. The discovery sent a ripple through the group, halting steps as they gathered closer. It wasn't definitive, but its placement screamed significance, a clue pulled from the creek's grasp. Hearts raced. Was this Maya's? The creek kept what the phone stopped saying, holding on to secrets the digital world had tried to erase. This find escalated everything, turning the search into a scene of grim promise, with more revelations lurking in the shadows. At dawn, as the first rays of light pierced the mist hanging over Hollow Creek, the searchers made a chilling discovery. Maya's backpack, half submerged in the shallow waters, its straps twisted and tangled as if yanked off in a hurry. The fabric was sodden, mud clinging to the zippers, and inside, notebooks floated loosely, pages blurred by the creek's embrace. Volunteers froze, their breaths visible in the cool air as one carefully pulled it free, water dripping like reluctant tears. On this wasn't just an item, it was a piece of Maya, her school ID peeking from a side pocket, confirming the worst fears. Elena, notified by phone, clutched her chest, the image of her daughter's belonging, abandoned hitting like a wave of grief. Investigators arrived swiftly, cordoning off the area with yellow tape that fluttered in the breeze, transforming the peaceful trail into a site of somber scrutiny. The backpack's position suggested struggle, not accident, pulling the case deeper into shadows of foul play. As photos were taken and notes scribbled, the creek's gentle flow mocked the chaos, a reminder that nature often hides human misdeeds without judgment. Investigators locked down the scene with methodical precision, their movements a ritual of certainty amid uncertainty. Yellow tape stretched across paths, officers in gloves marking every inch with flags and measurements, while photographers captured the area from multiple angles. The air buzzed with quiet commands, radios crackling as updates flew to headquarters. No one touched anything without documentation, ensuring the chain of evidence remained unbroken. Elena stood at the perimeter, her face pale, watching gloved hands work with a detachment born of shock. This lockdown shifted the search from hopeful to procedural, acknowledging that Maya might not be found alive. Volunteers were gently ushered back, their efforts now supporting a larger investigation. And the scene's isolation, bordered by federal land, hinted at broader involvement ahead. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows over the creek, the lockdown sealed the area like a vault, preserving clues that could unravel the mystery. Each step taken was a step toward truth, however painful. A subtle drag mark etched in the mud caught an investigator's eye, directional and faint, leading away from the main path into denser reeds where casual hikers rarely ventured. It wasn't deep, but consistent, as if something or someone had been pulled with effort, leaving a trail of disturbed earth and bent grasses. Technicians photographed it from above, measuring length and width, noting soil displacement that suggested weight and resistance. This mark transformed speculation into evidence, pointing to human intervention rather than mishap. Whispers among the team grew. Could this be where it happened? The path's seclusion amplified the implication, a hidden corner perfect for secrecy. Elena, briefed later, imagined the scene with a mother's anguish, the mark a scar on the landscape mirroring her heart. As samples were collected, the drag became a narrative thread, weaving together timeline and intent. The creek's banks, once inviting, now felt foreboding, holding stories the water couldn't wash away. A K-9 unit was brought in, on the dog's alert near a cluster of reeds, sending a jolt through the team, the handler's voice dropping low as he confirmed, "Something happened here." The dog sat abruptly, nose pointed, tail still, trained to detect scents invisible to humans. Officers circled the spot, marking it for deeper inspection, while the handler praised the animal with quiet efficiency. This alert wasn't random. It pinpointed an area rich with potential traces, perhaps where Maya had been last. The team's posture shifted to heightened focus, tools emerging for soil samples and scans. Elena heard of it through updates, her hope flickering like a candle in wind. The K-9's precision added credibility, bridging instinct with science. As the sun warmed the ground, evaporating dew, the alert lingered in minds, a canine witness to unseen events. Hollow Creek, with its natural beauty, now harbored grim secrets, the dog's signal a call to dig deeper. Maya's phone remained elusive, its absence becoming a clue in itself. Someone had taken the one device that chronicled her final moments, ensuring no digital trail led back easily. Investigators scoured the area, but no glint of metal or case emerged from the mud or underbrush. This void screamed intent, a deliberate removal to silence potential evidence like location data or messages. Tech experts were consulted early, pondering if it had been discarded elsewhere or destroyed. For Elena, the missing phone was torture, a lifeline severed, holding unsent words or cries for help. The team expanded searches downstream, but hope dimmed with each empty sweep. This absence shifted focus to other devices, hinting at a calculated cover-up. In the story's unfolding, it underscored technology's role. A tool for connection turned weapon of concealment. The creek's flow seemed to mock the loss, carrying away what might never be found. Near a broken branch, twisted at an unnatural angle, searchers recovered a tiny plastic charm, cheap, pink, shaped like a star, the kind that dangles from keychains or backpacks, now muddied but intact. It was bagged immediately, labeled with care, its significance unclear, yet promising. The branch's snap suggested force, perhaps from a scuffle, adding to the scene's narrative. Technicians noted its position, photographing context before removal. This small item could link to Maya or someone else, a breadcrumb in the mud. Elena, it held potential for matches. Perhaps to it held potential for matches. Perhaps to Kara's belongings. The discovery fueled determination, a tangible piece amid intangibles. Hollow Creek yielded its secrets reluctantly, this star a faint light in the gloom. Elena was kept behind the yellow tape, her view obstructed, but her presence a silent vigil. As she watched gloved hands move with deliberate speed, realizing this was no longer about finding Maya safe, but uncovering what befell her. Her heart ached with each evidence bag sealed, the procedural dance a confirmation of worst fears. Friends supported her, arms around shoulders, but Elena's eyes stayed fixed, memorizing every detail. The shift from search to recovery hit hard, a mother's intuition clashing with harsh reality. Officers offered updates kindly, but words blurred in her grief. And this barrier symbolized the divide, personal loss versus official duty. As the scene processed, Elena whispered prayers, clinging to hope's remnants. The tape fluttered like a warning, keeping the world at bay, while truth emerged. In retelling, her poise amid pain humanized the process, a testament to enduring love. A forensic technician meticulously noted faint shoe impressions in the soft earth. 2 distinct tread patterns, to compare against suspects. This detail to compare against suspects. This detail added layers, suggesting more than one person at the scene, a collaboration in shadows. The technician's report highlighted soil compression, indicating weight and movement. Investigators pondered matches, eyes turning toward known associates. The impressions, clear in the mud, became silent witnesses, mapping out positions like a frozen dance. Elena imagined footsteps overlapping Maya's, a violation that fueled her resolve. As casts hardened, the evidence solidified, bridging scene to courtroom. Hollow Creek's ground held these marks like secrets, ready for revelation. A strand of hair caught on rough bark was carefully bagged, while a smear on a nearby stone suggested impact, the creek's constant murmur becoming almost unbearable in the heavy silence that followed. Technicians worked with precision, tweezers extracting the hair, swabs collecting the smear for lab analysis. The bark's texture implied struggle, the strand a potential DNA key. The stone's mark, faint but telling, hinted at force without words. Team members paused, the weight of implications settling like fog. Elena, informed, felt a surge of anguish, picturing her daughter's fear. The creek's sound, once soothing, now amplified isolation, a natural soundtrack to tragedy. With beads rolling into the dirt like lost with beads rolling into the dirt like lost tears, telling a story broken mid-sentence. The pieces were collected one by one, gloved hands gentle as if honoring the item. The snap suggested abrupt force, beads dispersing in chaos. This personal effect hit hard, a symbol of Maya's style and spirit now fractured. Elena later restrung what she could, wearing it as a reminder. Investigators photographed the scatter pattern, analyzing for directionality. The bracelet's breakage mirrored the case's rupture, innocence shattered. In the creek's hush, this find evoked deep empathy, pulling at hearts. It became emblematic, a small item's big story. A ranger familiar with the area confirmed the trail's boundary. Part of it crossed into federal recreation land, and to triggering protocols for partnership and resources like the FBI's expertise. His statement formalized the escalation, explaining jurisdictional nuances. This detail opened doors to advanced tools, vital for complex cases. The ranger's knowledge of paths and usage added context, noting isolation after dark. Investigators appreciated the insight, broadening their scope. Elena found solace in the added support, hope in official weight. The boundary line, invisible yet crucial, shifted dynamics. He surveyed methodically, notes in hand. He surveyed methodically, notes in hand, directing assistance with quiet authority. This arrival marked a pivot to forensics over search, confirming suspicions. Elena braced for reports, steeling herself. The examiner's expertise would clarify cause, but for now, his mere presence weighed heavy. But a nearby gas station's camera operator was contacted for footage, mentioning a dark SUV idling suspiciously around 9 p.m., its presence noted in logs. The video, pulled promptly, showed the vehicle lingering, then departing toward the trail. This lead energized the team, a vehicular clue amid footpaths. Back at school, Kara posted a photo online, smiling over a milkshake with a caption reading, "Unbothered," landing like a cruel taunt amid the town's grief. The post sparked outrage. Her nonchalance jarring. Investigators noted it as behavioral evidence, timing suspicious. Detectives interviewed Kara briefly. She was polite, almost rehearsed, offering her phone freely as if daring scrutiny. Her demeanor raised flags, confidence masking something deeper. In evidence storage, the pink star charm was tagged, and a deputy murmured he'd seen a similar one on Kara's backpack. Small plastic, big consequences. The creak's echo lingered, promising more as the scene wrapped, the dread turning to determination. In the dimly lit war room of the Cedar Hollow police station, investigators began constructing a timeline board, pinning key moments with colored tacks and strings that connected the dots of Maya's last known hours. It started with her leaving home after dinner, captured in Elena's memory of a quick hug and a promise to be back soon. Then the traffic camera footage at 8:49 p.m., showing her walking toward the trail with that familiar stride. The cell tower ping at 9:17 p.m. marked the digital cutoff, a haunting silence following. Finally, the backpack's discovery in the creek at dawn, half submerged and abandoned. But between these pins lay glaring empty spaces, gaps in the narrative that felt like silent screams, begging for answers. What happened in those unaccounted minutes? Who filled the voids? The board stared back at the team, a visual accusation, urging them to bridge the unknowns with evidence. As detectives stepped back, the empty spots amplified the urgency, transforming grief into a relentless pursuit. Elena glanced at a photo of the board later, her heart aching at the incomplete story of her daughter's final evening. This reconstruction wasn't just procedure, it was a map to justice, each gap a challenge to uncover the hidden path. Jules Mercer, Maya's closest friend, sat down with investigators, her voice trembling as she described Maya's mood on that fateful day. Anxious and distracted, far from her usual bubbly self. Jules recalled how Maya kept checking her phone every few minutes during lunch and classes, her eyes flicking to the screen with a mix of anticipation and worry, as if waiting for a specific message that never came. It wasn't like Maya to be so on edge. She fidgeted with her bracelet, barely touching her food, her laughter forced and fleeting. Jules had asked if everything was okay, but Maya brushed it off with a vague, just some drama, not wanting to burden anyone. In hindsight, Jules wished she'd pushed harder, recognizing the signs of someone being pulled into something uneasy. The anxiety seemed tied to the ongoing rumors at school, chipping away at Maya's confidence. As Jules spoke, tears welled up, painting a picture of a girl under invisible pressure, her distractions a clue to the lure that drew her out that night. Investigators noted it all, in seeing in Maya's behavior the subtle pull of deception, a mood that foreshadowed the tragedy. The question that haunted the investigative team was straightforward yet profound. Who could summon Maya to that isolated trail without raising any alarms in her mind? The answer pointed to someone she knew intimately, a person she trusted enough to meet alone at night, someone capable of framing the encounter as urgent but harmless. A quick talk to clear the air, perhaps, or resolve a minor issue. Maya wasn't reckless. Her check-in habits showed caution, so the lure had to feel safe, wrapped in familiarity. Detectives brainstormed profiles, ruling out strangers and focusing on her inner circle, friends, classmates, anyone with access to her routines. This narrowed the lens on motives hidden in teenage dynamics, where trust could be a vulnerability. Elena nodded grimly when briefed, recalling Maya's kind nature that made her open to reconciliation. The query drove deeper interviews, peeling back layers of relationships. In the end, it wasn't force that drew Maya out. It was betrayal disguised as friendship, a summons that exploited her goodwill. This realization chilled the room, turning the investigation toward those closest, where danger often hides in plain sight. School Wi-Fi logs provided an early breakthrough, revealing Maya's phone connected to the network at precisely 3:12 p.m. that afternoon, and followed by a sudden burst of incoming messages from an unknown contact saved simply as K in her address book. The logs captured timestamps and data volumes, showing a flurry of activity that lasted about 10 minutes. Short texts, perhaps, laced with persuasion. Maya had been in the library at the time, her device pinging steadily until the exchange ended. Investigators subpoenaed the details, piecing together how this contact appeared out of nowhere in her recent history, and unlinked to her usual friends. The burst suggested urgency, messages designed to hook her attention amid the school day's chaos. Jules confirmed Maya glancing at her phone during that window, her expression shifting to one of reluctant curiosity. This digital footprint became a cornerstone, linking Maya's anxiety to a specific outreach. As tech analysts dug deeper, the K contact loomed larger, a shadow player in the timeline. The logs, impersonal and precise, they'd offered no content but screamed intent, a silent record of manipulation starting in the heart of a normal school day. Further tracing linked the K contact's number to a prepaid SIM card activated just 3 weeks earlier, purchased with cash at a local pharmacy, a move that screamed amateur cunning, the kind of clever tradecraft teens might pull from movies or online tips, thinking it untraceable. The pharmacy's security footage showed a hooded figure making the buy, our face obscured but billed matching a young person. No ID required for prepaid, it was a loophole exploited for anonymity, but investigators cross-referenced activation timestamps with carrier data, confirming its first use aligned with rising tensions at school. This SIM wasn't for casual chats. Its limited activity pointed to targeted communication, a burner designed to vanish after use. The discovery peeled back layers of planning, suggesting forethought beyond impulse. Elena shook her head in disbelief when told, seeing it as evidence of calculated deception against her trusting daughter. Detectives viewed it as a red flag, the prepaid nature hinting at someone dodging accountability. In the broader puzzle, this detail elevated the case from mishap to orchestrated act, a teen's attempt at sophistication unraveling under scrutiny. Gas station footage, pulled from the camera near the trailhead, captured a dark SUV passing by at 9:03 p.m., heading toward Hollow Creek, only to return at 9:28 p.m., with headlights dimmed for a few suspicious seconds at the exit, as if avoiding detection. The video quality was decent, showing the vehicle's make and partial plates, enough to run checks. The brief blackout suggested caution, a driver aware of surveillance. Investigators replayed it frame by frame, noting the SUV's deliberate pace on return, perhaps after a hasty drop-off or cleanup. This 25-minute window aligned eerily with Maya's last ping, filling a timeline gap with vehicular movement. The gas station attendant recalled nothing unusual, but the tape didn't lie. Elena watched a clip, her hands trembling, imagining the SUV's role in her daughter's fate. This evidence shifted focus to vehicles, expanding searches for matches. The dimmed lights became symbolic, a metaphor for hidden actions in the night, pulling the investigation toward suspects with access to such a ride. A deputy combing through forensic reports found that impressions from Kara's platform sneakers, trendy with a distinctive tread, matched one of the patterns near the reeds at Hollow Creek, the deep heel stamps consistent in size and wear. Lab comparisons confirmed it, soil particulates aligning too closely for coincidence. Kara's shoes, seized later, bore faint mud traces from the area. This physical link placed her at the scene, bridging digital suspicions with tangible proof. Shock investigators double-checked casts, measurements precise to the millimeter. The match wasn't absolute without DNA, but probabilistically damning. Kara, when confronted casually, shrugged it off as common footwear, but the deputy noted her fleeting unease. Elena found a sliver of solace in this connection, a step toward accountability. The sneakers, once a fashion statement, now evidence of presence, turning style into indictment. In the case's arc, this detail grounded the abstract, our footprints echoing louder than words. Kara's parents, interviewed at home, insisted vehemently that she had been there all night, their words tumbling out too quickly, almost in unison, as if rehearsed to perfection. Detectives picked up on the synchronized testimony, the way their eyes darted to each other for confirmation, a telltale sign of alignment rather than truth. The alibi felt scripted, lacking the organic details of a real evening. No mentions of specific shows watched or conversations had. Kara's father spoke first, her mother echoing, their defensiveness raising flags. Investigators nodded politely, but internally noted the haste, probing gently for inconsistencies. This united front suggested protection, perhaps denial of a daughter's darker side. Elena, hearing of it, felt a pang of anger at the shielding. The parents' quick insistence became a puzzle piece, a hinting at knowledge or cover-up. In the investigation's flow, it contrasted with mounting evidence, their words a fragile barrier against facts. A neighbor's doorbell camera provided another crucial clip, a dark SUV matching the gas station footage leaving Kara's street at 8:41 p.m., the driver's face hidden by shadows and a cap, but the distinctive wheel rims gleaming under streetlights. The video was time-stamped clearly, showing the vehicle pulling out smoothly, heading in the direction of Hollow Creek. Investigators enhanced frames, confirming rim patterns unique to certain models. The neighbor, an elderly woman, hadn't noticed at the time but cooperated fully, her camera a silent sentinel. This sighting punched holes in the parents' alibi, placing the SUV and potentially Kara in motion during the critical window. Elena watched the footage with bated breath, seeing the vehicle's departure as a harbinger. The rims, flashy and identifiable, turned customization into a liability. Detectives traced ownership next, the clip a bridge from home to crime scene. In the narrative, it amplified suspicion, a neighborhood eye capturing what denials couldn't hide. Investigators quickly located the SUV in question, registered to Evan Rusk, a 19-year-old with a history of petty theft and schoolyard fights, known around town as Kara's on-again, off-again boyfriend, whose volatile nature often drew police attention. Our Evans record included minor charges, shoplifting, a scuffle at a party, but nothing this severe until now. The vehicle, parked at his family's home, matched descriptions perfectly, down to the rims and a small dent on the fender. Detectives approached him casually at first, but Evan's cocky demeanor shifted to defensiveness. He admitted knowing Kara, but downplayed involvement. This connection wove Evan into the web, his SUV a potential transport in the night's events. Arnie Elena learned of him through updates, her worry turning to resolve. Evan's profile fit a pattern of enablers, his history adding credibility to suspicions. The registration became a linchpin, pulling a peripheral figure center stage. Evan, when questioned, claimed he was simply driving around alone that night, offering a vague shrug as his alibi, believing ambiguity would pass for innocence in a small-town probe. His responses were evasive, eyes avoiding direct contact, hands fidgeting with a keychain. Detectives pressed for specifics, routes, stops, but Evan stuck to generalities, a tactic that only heightened suspicion. He mentioned grabbing fast food, but produced no receipt, his story thin as paper. This nonchalance masked unease, perhaps loyalty to Kara or fear of implication. Investigators recorded it all, noting body language that screamed deflection. Elena, briefed on the interview, saw through the vagueness, her intuition sharpening. Evan's shrug became emblematic, a weak defense against mounting clues. In the case's progression, it contrasted with concrete evidence, his words dissolving under scrutiny. With leads solidifying, a search warrant was swiftly drafted for Kara's phone, Evan's SUV, and any cloud accounts tied to Kara's Apple ID and social media profiles, aiming to uncover digital trails that physical evidence hinted at. The affidavit detailed probable cause, footprints, timelines, all vehicle matches, convincing a judge to sign off quickly. Officers prepared for execution, anticipating resistance, but armed with authority. This warrant represented a pivotal escalation, shifting from observation to intrusion. Kara's world, so digitally curated, faced exposure. Elena found hope in the move, a step toward answers. The document's language was precise, covering devices and data remnants. In the story's tension, it marked invasion of privacy for justice's sake. During the search of Kara's room, officers discovered the matching pink star charm conspicuously absent from her backpack's zipper, with thread fibers still snagged in the empty metal ring as if recently removed in haste. The backpack sat in her closet, the ring's emptiness a glaring tell. Technicians photographed and bagged the fibers for comparison, linking it directly to the creek find. This absence spoke volumes, suggesting deliberate detachment to sever ties. Kara's room, untidy with posters and gadgets, hid this anomaly amid normalcy. Investigators noted her organizational style, contrasting the missing piece. Elena, informed, felt validation, a small item's loss confirming presence. The fibers, microscopic yet mighty, wove physical proof into the narrative. Kara observed the search from the top of the stairs, arms folded tightly, eyes dry and unblinking, before asking coolly if they'd found anything useful, her tone casual, like discussing a school assignment rather than a missing girl. Her detachment unnerved officers, a teenager treating intrusion as mild inconvenience. She didn't cry or protest, just watched with calculated calm. This behavior was documented, her words a mix of arrogance and probe. Detectives exchanged glances, seeing it as bravado masking guilt. Elena later heard and felt a chill at the nonchalance. Kara's question lingered, a verbal shrug amid upheaval. A lead detective, recognizing the phone's locked state and recent reset, requested assistance from the FBI's Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory, RCFL, knowing such actions often left recoverable artifacts despite surface erasure. The request form outlined the device's potential, emphasizing federal tools for deep dives. This move escalated the case, tapping expertise beyond local means. Technicians at intake noted the reset's timing, unsuspicious post-disappearance. Elena pinned hopes on the lab, technology's promise against deletion. The collaboration symbolized broader justice, artifacts as hidden truths. As the phone was logged into federal lab intake, the technician noted a key setting: messages configured to auto-delete after 24 hours. A deliberate engineering of forgetfulness beyond manual wipes. She didn't just delete, she engineered forgetting, the echo rippling through the case like a warning. This discovery hinted at premeditation, a system set to erase trails automatically. Investigators paused, realizing the depth of calculation. The phone, now in expert hands, promised revelations, its settings a cliffhanger in the unfolding drama. As the investigation intensified in Cedar Hollow, detectives split the case into two parallel lanes. The physical evidence trail, encompassing DNA samples, footwear impressions, and vehicle traces that grounded the horror in tangible reality. And the digital realm, where messages, location artifacts, and metadata promised to reveal the unseen manipulations behind Maya's disappearance. This dual approach was deliberate, a methodical weave designed to leave no stone unturned or bite unrecovered. Physical clues like the mud from Hollow Creek clung stubbornly to suspects' belongings, while digital forensics experts prepared to dive into devices that held echoes of deleted conversations. The team gathered in the station's conference room, on whiteboards filling with charts that mapped both worlds, each lane feeding into the other like tributaries to a river of truth. Elena Torres, Maya's mother, received updates in measured doses, her hope flickering as she learned how these paths converged. In this small town, where trust had once been currency, the split investigation exposed fractures, turning neighbors into potential witnesses and devices into silent accusers. The physical and digital weren't separate, they were intertwined, each strengthening the case against those who thought they could outrun accountability. The lab analysis on Evan Rusk's SUV yielded a quiet but powerful revelation. Trace sediment embedded in the floor mats matched the unique mineral profile of Hollow Creek's banks, the kind of mud that doesn't wash away easily and tells tales of recent visits. Technicians scraped samples under microscopes, confirming the composition, silt mixed with specific algae traces only found in that stretch of water. It wasn't a smoking gun, but a subtle fingerprint of place, suggesting the vehicle had been there during the critical window. Evan, when shown the report, dismissed it as coincidence, claiming drives through similar areas, but his voice wavered just enough to note. Investigators cross-referenced with tire treads, building a narrative of transportation to the scene. Elena imagined the SUV's interior, once mundane, now a vessel of betrayal, carrying secrets in its crevices. This sediment became a bridge from creek to courtroom, nature's unwitting testimony. In the broader story, it highlighted how everyday objects could betray their owners, mud clinging like unresolved guilt. A luminol sweep inside the SUV's cargo area revealed faint diluted traces that glowed under the chemical's blue light, indicating a cleanup attempt that erased visibility, but not the underlying evidence of something organic and telling. She documented the patterns, photographing the residue, suggesting hasty scrubbing with common cleaners that left behind molecular echoes. Forensics experts documented the patterns, photographing the ethereal glow that outlined irregular shapes, hinting at hurried efforts post-event. Evan explained it away as spilled groceries, but the lab's analysis leaned toward biological origins, consistent with the case's grim undertones. This discovery added layers of intent, pointing to concealment after the fact. Elena, briefed delicately, felt a surge of determination, seeing it as proof of efforts to hide what couldn't be undone. The luminol's reaction, scientific and impartial, transformed the vehicle into a canvas of hidden actions, illuminating what darkness tried to obscure. Detectives filed it alongside other clues, each trace tightening the net around those involved. Kara's phone, now securely in the hands of RCFL specialists, underwent a full imaging process, with chain of custody forms read aloud and signed meticulously, because in cases like this, the courtroom battle begins the moment evidence is sealed and documented. Technicians worked in a sterile lab, cables connecting the device to forensic workstations that created bit-for-bit copies, preserving every fragment without alteration. The forms, stamped and witnessed, ensured no tampering claims could later undermine findings. This ritual of verification was more than bureaucracy. It was the foundation of trust in a system built on proof. Investigators back in Cedar Hollow awaited results, knowing this step could unlock the digital vault Kara had tried to lock tight. Elena found solace in the process's thoroughness, a counter to the chaos of loss. As signatures dried on paper, the phone's secrets hovered on the edge of revelation, chain links forging an unbreakable path to justice. The imaging revealed a factory reset executed just 2 hours after Maya's final cell tower ping, a timing that wasn't outright proof of wrongdoing but screamed of panic, a desperate bid to wipe the slate clean when the night turned irreversible. Reset logs showed the exact moment, aligning suspiciously with the SUV's movements and the creek's timeline. Kara had initiated it herself, perhaps in a moment of frantic clarity, believing a fresh start could erase history. But forensics experts knew resets often left shadows, unallocated space holding echoes of prior data. This detail painted Kara as reactive, her actions a digital admission of something amiss. Elena, hearing this, pieced it with Maya's absence, her grief sharpening into resolve. The reset became a timeline anchor, not erasure, but evidence of fear. Investigators noted it in reports, the 2-hour gap a chasm filled with implication. In the story's tension, it underscored technology's limits. A reset that reset nothing in the eyes of experts. Carrier records, subpoenaed and delivered promptly, provided SMS metadata that even deleted content couldn't fully hide. Message counts, precise timestamps, and recipient numbers forming a conversation footprint that lingered like footprints in digital sand. These logs didn't reveal words but outlined volumes, hundreds of exchanges in the days leading up, spiking on the night in question. Patterns emerged, bursts to the prepaid SIM, timed with Maya's school connections. This metadata was impartial, carrier servers indifferent to intent, preserving skeletons of interactions. Detectives mapped it against physical clues, seeing correlations that strengthened suspicions. Elena marveled at the persistence, data outliving deletion. The footprint became a ghost outline, guiding reconstructions. In the investigation's rhythm, it bridged gaps, numbers speaking when voices fell silent. A warrant to Apple yielded iCloud indicators that painted a clearer picture. Account logins from unusual locations, backup timestamps abruptly halted, and a device list showing toggles the night Maya vanished, as if someone had disabled safeguards in haste. The cloud remnants included partial sync logs, hints of files moved or deleted, with timestamps aligning to post-9:17 p.m. activity. This wasn't random. It suggested active management to prevent automatic backups that could capture incriminating data. Investigators traced IP addresses, some tying to public Wi-Fi near the trail. Elena, updated, saw it as deliberate evasion, her daughter's fate tied to these virtual maneuvers. The iCloud data became a timeline extender, clouds holding what devices tried to forget. Apple's compliance, bound by law, turned corporate vaults into allies of justice. Pulling data from Kara's Snapchat and Instagram accounts revealed limited content but crucial login IPs that placed her activity near Hollow Creek that night, with timestamps overlapping the SUV footage and Maya's last ping. Provider responses showed session details, logins, views, even deleted stories metadata, pinning digital presence to physical location. One IP matched a cell hotspot in the area, not home, as claimed. This placed Kara virtually at the scene, her apps active amid silence. Elena felt a chill, imagining thumbs typing while events unfolded. The social media trail, ephemeral by design, proved resilient under scrutiny. Investigators wove it into the narrative, apps betraying their user. A classmate, shaken by rumors, came forward with saved screenshots. Kara bragging in a group chat weeks earlier. "If Maya keeps running her mouth, I'll shut it for her." words that now read like veiled threats in light of the disappearance. The screenshots, time-stamped and contextual, I showed Kara's escalating frustration, her tone sharp and unyielding. The classmate, anonymous at first, provided them with trembling hands, fearing backlash but driven by conscience. This digital artifact added motive, words preserved by others' devices. Elena read them with tears, seeing the build-up to tragedy. The brag became evidentiary gold, intent captured in casual cruelty. The school resource officer overheard another whisper in the halls. Kara confiding to a friend that she had a plan that leaves no evidence, a statement that echoed ominously now, suggesting foresight in her actions. The officer, patrolling corridors, noted it in logs, the words floating amid teenage chatter but standing out for their weight. This rumor, corroborated by the friend later, painted Kara as strategic, her plan aligning with the prepaid SIM and resets. But Elena grappled with the calculation, a teen plotting with adult-like precision. The officer's report formalized the hearsay, turning whispers into leads. Evan's phone analysis uncovered a deliberate location history gap, services disabled for a 40-minute window that perfectly overlapped the SUV's creak movements, a blackout screaming intentional obscurity. The gap, flagged by forensics, showed manual toggles, not glitches, aligning with critical times. Evan's device otherwise tracked normally, making the void conspicuous. This digital absence mirrored physical evasion, a coordinated effort to go off-grid. Elena saw it as confirmation of involvement, gaps filled by implication. The history became a negative space clue, silence speaking volumes. RCFL experts delved into Kara's phone, extracting remnants from the notification cache. Fleeting message previews that survived in system logs even after threads were scrubbed, preserved like digital afterimages. These snippets, a partial but potent, offered glimpses, sender names, timestamps, and teaser text that hinted at content. The cache, a overlooked corner of the OS, held on to these echoes, defying deletion. Technicians compiled them carefully, cross-referencing with metadata. This extraction breathed life into the void, previews as puzzle pieces. Elena awaited full reports, each fragment a step toward clarity. One recovered preview stood out starkly. "Meet me by the creek. Yos, don't tell Jules." The sender, labeled simply as K, it matched the prepaid SIM's pattern, a lure laid bare in cached text. This snippet, time-stamped before Maya's walk, suggested deception, the creek's mention tying directly to the scene. Investigators highlighted it, a smoking preview of intent. Elena's knees weakened upon hearing, confirmation of a trap set with familiar words. Shown the preview, Elena's composure shattered. On her knees buckling not from shock, but from the gut-wrenching confirmation that Maya had been drawn out under false pretenses, her trust weaponized against her. Friends steadied her as she whispered Maya's name, the words a mother's lament. This moment humanized the data, turning code into cruelty. Investigators offered support, the preview shifting the case emotionally. Elena's reaction fueled their drive, a reminder of stakes beyond files. A detective circled back to Kara for a follow-up interview, finding her calmer than the adults around her, as if she'd rehearsed poise as her ultimate defense, her responses measured and unflinching. She sat straight, eyes steady, treating questions like a game she could win. This unnatural calm raised alarms, a teen composed amid chaos. Elena pondered it later, seeing detachment as a shield. The interview probed deeper, Kara's serenity, a contrast to mounting proof. Kara responded to the preview with a thin smile, saying, "Previews don't prove anything," her words laced with defiance, but the text report updated quietly in the background. Extraction ongoing, with estimated recoverable artifacts rated high. The phone was not finished talking, its depths promising more, an echo that lingered as the chapter closed on this digital chase, justice inching closer with every bite unearthed. Kara Winslow's psychology emerged as a complex tapestry in the eyes of those piecing together the puzzle, built on layers of high social control, an obsession with maintaining her reputation, and a deep-seated belief that consequences were reserved for other people who weren't as clever or connected as she was. Friends and classmates described her as someone who thrived on being the center of attention, not through loud demands, but through subtle manipulations that kept everyone orbiting her world. She collected admirers like trophies, using gossip and alliances to elevate her status while diminishing anyone who challenged it. Investigators consulted experts who noted traits like externalized blame. Kara rarely admitted fault, always shifting it to circumstances or others. This mindset made her dangerous in a teenage landscape where emotions ran high and judgments were swift. Elena Torres, our reflecting on Maya's kind nature, couldn't fathom how such self-absorption could lead to something so irreversible. As details surfaced, Kara's profile painted her not as a monster, but as a girl who saw the world as her stage, with no room for scripts she didn't write. The arrogance wasn't overt rage. It was a quiet certainty that she could bend reality to her will, a belief now clashing against the unyielding wall of evidence. Those closest to Kara began to open up, revealing her favorite tactic: humiliation as a weapon, not with direct confrontations, but by exposing vulnerabilities, real or fabricated, to make others feel small when she felt threatened. She didn't argue or fight openly. Instead, she curated proof through screenshots and whispers, turning social media into her arsenal. Friends admitted in hushed interviews that crossing Kara meant facing a slow drip of isolation where invitations dried up and rumors spread like wildfire. This method was insidious, leaving no visible bruises but deep emotional scars. Maya, with her straightforward honesty, had become a target after refusing to play along with one of Kara's narratives, standing up for a younger student caught in the crossfire. Investigators saw this as a motive seed, planted in the fertile ground of teenage insecurity. Elena listened to these accounts with a heavy heart, piecing together how Maya's empathy clashed with Kara's need for dominance. Yet the humiliation wasn't random. It was strategic, a way for Kara to reclaim power, escalating from words to actions that night at Hollow Creek. In the quiet of the investigation, these revelations humanized the conflict, showing how unchecked arrogance could spiral into tragedy. Motive began to crystallize as more stories poured in. Maya had refused to retract a rumor that Kara herself had started, and worse, she had warned a vulnerable younger student about Kara's manipulative ways, about heated exchanges in hallways, where Maya's calm refusals only fueled Kara's resentment. It wasn't about a single incident, but a pattern. Maya's integrity highlighting Kara's deceptions, making her feel exposed. Investigators mapped these interactions, seeing a buildup of tension that peaked in the days before the disappearance. Elena, sifting through Maya's old messages, found notes of concern about the drama, her daughter's words a testament to standing firm. This motive wasn't passion or accident. It was calculated preservation of image, arrogance turning protective into destructive. The seeds, once subtle, now bloomed into a narrative of control, lost and regained through unthinkable means. Detectives decided to confront Kara directly with the SUV footage from the gas station, laying out the timestamps that placed the vehicle near Hollow Creek during the critical window, watching as she responded with a laugh that echoed too loudly in the interrogation room, too rehearsed to feel genuine. "Cameras see what they want," she quipped, her tone dripping with dismissal, as if the evidence was a faulty illusion rather than concrete reality. The detectives remained stone-faced, letting her words hang, noting how her laughter masked a flicker of unease in her eyes. This confrontation was a test, probing for cracks in her composure. Kara leaned back, crossing her arms, projecting confidence, but the room's tension thickened. Elna, later hearing the audio, felt a mix of anger and pity at the deflection. The footage, grainy yet undeniable, became a mirror to Kara's arrogance, her laugh a desperate shield against the encroaching truth. Investigators pressed on, her response fueling their resolve to dismantle the facade. Building on the momentum, they presented the phone's reset timestamp, aligning it perfectly with the aftermath of Maya's last ping, and Kara countered smoothly that she reset her device all the time for minor glitches, then added boldly, "Ask anyone," as if inviting scrutiny would somehow validate her claim. Her voice was steady, eyes challenging, turning defense into offense with that risky dare. Detectives jotted notes. Recognizing the bluff, few teens reset habitually, especially at such suspicious hours. This invitation backfired subtly, prompting calls to friends who contradicted her, admitting it was unusual. Kara's arrogance shone here, believing her word could override data. Elena imagined the scene, her grief sharpening into a demand for accountability. The reset, once a clever move, now spotlighted her panic, the ask anyone a misstep in a game she thought she controlled. Investigators filed it away, her words another thread in the unraveling tapestry. In a calculated move, a detective placed a printed carrier log on the table, highlighting 147 outgoing messages from Kara's number to Maya's prepaid SIM over 2 weeks. The sheer volume, a silent accusation of persistent contact. Kara's eyes flickered briefly at the number, a micro-expression of surprise betraying her calm exterior, before she recovered with a contemptuous snort, "Okay, and I text a lot." Her dismissal aimed to minimize, but the detectives leaned in, pointing out patterns, escalating frequency leading to the night in question. This log wasn't erasable, a carrier's impartial record. Elena, briefed on the exchange, saw it as relentless pursuit, text like breadcrumbs to motive. Kara's flicker, caught on camera, became evidence of vulnerability. Her "I text a lot," a weak parry against numbers that didn't lie. The room grew heavier, her arrogance clashing with facts that piled higher. And they followed up by showing a photo of the pink star charm recovered from the creek, its match to her backpack's missing piece undeniable. And Kara's face held steady, but her hand tightened around her sleeve hem in a telltale grip of tension. She stared at the image, her expression neutral, but that subtle clench spoke volumes, a physical admission where words failed. Detectives noted the body language, pressing for explanation, but Kara offered none, shifting topics smoothly. This charm lingered on the table, a silent challenge, her grip a crack in the mask. Elena found poetic justice in the detail, a trinket tying arrogance to consequence. The photo lingered on the table, a silent challenge, Kara's tension amplifying the room's pressure. Investigators sensed the shift, her control slipping in increments. Evan, interviewed in a separate room to prevent coordination, slipped up badly by mentioning the creek without prompting, the detail unmentioned in questions. And too late, stammering a correction that too late, stammering a correction that only deepened suspicion. This slip was gold, insider knowledge, betraying presence. Evan backpedaled, claiming hearsay, but the damage was done. Elena, hearing the recording, felt a surge of validation, the word creek echoing Maya's fate. The stillness in the room marked a turning point. Evan's error, a fracture in the united front. Investigators capitalized, pressing harder, his slip a domino tipping others. To gather more insight, authorities arranged a lawfully monitored call between Evan and Kara, capturing her voice shifting to soft but instructive tones. Say less. Delete everything. A directive that revealed her as the strategist, prioritizing cover-up over concern. The call, brief and tense, showed no questions about Maya, only exposure risks. Kara's instructions were clear, almost maternal in control, guiding Evan like a puppet. This snapshot illuminated her psychology, focus on narrative over empathy. Elena listened to a redacted version, her heart aching at the cold pragmatism. The monitored exchange became key evidence, voices betraying intent. Investigators analyzed tone, her delete everything an echo of earlier actions. That recorded conversation served as a stark psychology portrait. Kara didn't inquire if Maya was okay or express regret. Instead, she fixated on minimizing exposure, asking about loose ends and alibis with a detachment that chilled listeners. Her priorities were self-preservation, image intact above all. This absence of concern highlighted shallow emotions, a trait experts flagged as indicative of deeper issues. Evan, on the line, sounded hesitant, but Kara steered firmly. Elena pondered the mindset, a teen viewing tragedy as a PR crisis. The call's content, transcribed and analyzed, added to her profile, denial woven with calculation. Investigators used it to map relationships, her words a window into a mind unburdened by remorse. At school, whispers spread of Kara crying dramatically in the hallway, but only when crowds watched, her tears stopping abruptly, once alone, as if grief was a performance tailored for an audience rather than genuine emotion. Our classmates reported the pattern, sobs drawing sympathy, then dry eyes in isolation. This theatricality suggested manipulation, using vulnerability as currency. The resource officer documented it, seeing it as consistent with her need for attention. Elena saw through it, a mother's intuition spotting the facade. The hallway scenes became behavioral evidence, tears as tools rather than truth. Investigators noted the inconsistency, her performances eroding credibility. As the case built, the prosecutor began preparing paperwork for juvenile transfer considerations, citing the incident's severity, apparent planning, and Kara's leadership role, arguing that age shouldn't shield against premeditation's weight. This step formalized escalation, weighing youth against action's gravity. Experts reviewed psych evals supporting the move. Elena supported it quietly, seeking fairness for Maya. The transfer loomed, Kara's age a factor, but not a free pass. Prosecutors built arguments, the evidence stacking high. Kara's parents, sensing the tide, hired a prominent attorney who immediately challenged the phone evidence as junk science, attempting to discredit the digital trail. But this only hardened the investigative resolve into a full-fledged fight for admissibility. The lawyers' motions flew, but prosecutors countered with expert affidavits. Elena watched from afar, the legal sparring a new battleground. The junk science claim rang hollow against RCFL's rigor, but for revelations that could seal the case, Technicians outlined methods, optimism high. Elena clung to this, a light in darkness. The report's language promised depth, segments as buried truths. Kara released on bond pending further proceedings, a defiant. Elena saw the news clip, anger defiant. Elena saw the news clip, anger rising at the audacity. The smirk, captured eternally, became symbolic of arrogance unchecked. She mistook attention for immunity, striding away with misplaced confidence, but the echo lingered. The audience she craved was morphing into a jury. Their judgment approaching like storm clouds on the horizon, ready to deliver the accountability she never saw coming. In the sterile confines of the Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory, analysts at RCFL approached Kara Winslow's devices with the precision of surgeons dissecting a complex case, conducting full file system extractions where the operating system allowed, then moving to artifact carving techniques that peeled back layers of hidden data. They knew from experience that deletion was often a superficial act. Users might remove the visible index, but the underlying story lingered in unallocated spaces, waiting to be reconstructed. These experts, clad in lab coats and working under bright lights, used specialized software to mirror drives without altering a single bit, ensuring every fragment could stand up to legal scrutiny. As they delved deeper, patterns emerged from the digital chaos. On timestamps and file remnants forming a narrative Kara had desperately tried to bury. Investigators back in Cedar Hollow awaited updates with bated breath, knowing this methodical work could transform suspicions into unbreakable proof. Elena Torres, Maya's mother, found a fragile hope in the process, imagining these unseen heroes coaxing truth from silence. The lab's hum of computers echoed the relentless pursuit, each extraction a step toward illuminating the shadows that had engulfed a young girl's life. Pulling from the depths of Kara's phone, the team recovered partial iMessage databases, attachment caches filled with thumbnails of images, long thought erased, and shared analytic logs that tracked app behaviors even after resets. Even fragmented pieces carried timestamps, like digital timestamps etched in stone, allowing analysts to piece together sequences of events with forensic accuracy. These caches held echoes of conversations, preview texts, emoji reactions, and file metadata that survived purges because the system hoarded them for efficiency. One analyst noted how attachments, like photos or maps, often left behind resized copies in hidden folders, invisible to casual users but goldmines for experts. As reports compiled, the data painted a timeline of escalating communications, spikes aligning with Maya's growing anxiety. Elena reflected on her daughter's trusting nature, how these invisible threads had pulled her into danger. The logs didn't judge, they simply recorded, turning Kara's attempts at concealment into a roadmap of intent. In the quiet lab, these recoveries felt like whispers from the past, bridging the gap between deletion and discovery. Reconstruction of deleted threads became an art form for the RCFL team, correlating carrier metadata with device artifacts, cross-referencing recipient-side messages from other phones, and weaving in cloud remnants that Apple had preserved in remote servers. It was like assembling a puzzle where pieces came from scattered sources, timestamps matched across logs, partial texts filled in by notification echoes, and deleted threads rebuilt through pattern recognition algorithms. One expert explained it as forensic archaeology, digging through digital strata to unearth buried conversations. They found consistencies, messages sent from Kara's number to the prepaid SIM, unechoed in Maya's device logs, with cloud backups capturing snippets before disables. This multi-source approach ensured reliability, each correlation strengthening the chain. Elena, briefed on the method, marveled at the interconnected web, how one girl's phone could betray another's fate. The reconstructions revealed not just words, but rhythms of planning, turning abstract data into a compelling story of deception. Investigators nodded in satisfaction, on the threads forming a net that tightened around the truth. A breakthrough came during a secondary search of Kara's home, where officers discovered a second phone, a cheap burner model tucked inside a makeup bag in her closet, overlooked initially because it was powered off and cleverly wrapped in foil to block signals. The device, simple and unassuming, had been hidden with care, suggesting premeditated secrecy. When powered on in a controlled environment, it revealed a sparse contact list and minimal usage, clearly not for everyday chats, but for targeted, disposable communication. Analysts at RCFL imaged it immediately, preserving its contents before deeper dives. This find escalated the case, implying layers of caution beyond a typical teen's impulsiveness. Elena imagined Kara stashing it away, a secret tool in a game of control. The burner's existence punched holes in alibis, its foil wrapping a desperate bid for invisibility that now spotlighted her efforts. Detectives cataloged it carefully, the makeup bag's ordinary facade hiding a key piece in the puzzle of concealment. Once extracted, the burner phone's data showed a contact labeled simply M, presumably for Maya, and a trail of short commanding messages. Come alone, no screenshots, hurry, each one laced with urgency and control, time-stamped in the hours leading to the creek meeting. These directives painted a picture of orchestration, instructions designed to isolate and rush, minimizing risks of exposure. The messages were terse, almost scripted, revealing a mind focused on logistics over emotion. Investigators cross-referenced them with Maya's logs, finding matches that confirmed receipt and response. This trail wasn't emotional pleas, but calculated summons, pulling Maya into isolation. Elena read redacted versions with a heavy heart. They bridged planning to action. The phone had become a conduit for the burner's commands, short words carrying long shadows of intent. In the investigation's flow, they bridged planning to action, the phone, a silent conspirator now speaking volumes. From Kara's primary phone, experts recovered recently deleted images lingering in her social app caches. Among them, a clear screenshot of a map app with Hollow Creek marked G. A pin dropped precisely near the reeds where evidence had been found, time-stamped days before the incident. The image, partially reconstructed from cache fragments, showed zoomed-in details of paths and access points, as if scouting a location. This wasn't casual browsing. Annotations hinted at notes on timing and seclusion. The recovery highlighted how apps retained thumbnails even after user deletions, a feature turned forensic advantage. Investigators overlaid it with crime scene photos, the pin's accuracy chilling. Elena stared at a printed copy, tracing the digital path her daughter had followed unknowingly. The map became a blueprint of forethought, pins dropping like markers of fate. In the lab's glow, this image stood as visual proof, transforming abstract suspicions into a plotted journey toward tragedy. Pressure mounted on Kara's circle, and a friend named Sienna Vale finally came forward after facing potential obstruction charges, and admitting in a tearful interview that Kara had pressured her to post distractions online during the initial search for Maya, creating false leads and sympathetic narratives to muddy the waters. Sienna described hurried messages from Kara, urging her to share posts about missing posters or unrelated town gossip to divert attention. She claimed ignorance of the full plan, saying it started as just helping a friend, but guilt had eroded her silence. Investigators verified her accounts with timestamps, seeing the posts as calculated noise amid genuine concern. Elena felt a mix of betrayal and pity for Sienna, another teen caught in the web. The admission cracked the group's facade, Sienna's flip a domino in the chain. Her testimony, secured with protections, added human layers to the digital evidence, distractions revealing a mind intent on evasion. Sienna didn't stop there. She provided access to a private group chat named Cleanup Crew, insisting through sobs that she believed it was only about scaring Maya to back off from rumors, not anything permanent or harmful. The chat's logs, pulled under warrant, showed casual discussions turning logistical, times, roles, and reminders to stay quiet. Sienna portrayed herself as peripheral, drawn in by loyalty, but her messages showed active participation in planning diversions. Investigators analyzed the group's dynamic, seeing Kara as the initiator with phrases like, "stick to the script." Elena grappled with the chat's name, a chilling label for what stole her daughter. The Cleanup Crew became evidentiary core, intentions laid bare in group shorthand. Sienna's insistence on limited knowledge rang true to some, but consequences loomed for all. This revelation humanized the accomplices, teens entangled in a plan that spiraled beyond scaring, words failing to mask the outcome. GRC-FL's deeper correlations of the chat participants confirmed the core group. Kara at the helm, Evan as the enforcer, and Sienna handling online cover, but an unknown number appeared repeatedly in the logs, sending confirmations and updates that suggested another player in the shadows. Analysts traced metadata across devices, linking timestamps to coordinated activity. The unknown's messages were brief, supportive, aligning with the Creek timeline. This addition expanded the net, implying a wider circle than initially thought. Elena wondered about this mystery figure, another life touched by the ripple. The correlations strengthened the conspiracy angle, chats as digital fingerprints. Investigators pursued the number vigorously, its recurrence a thread begging to be pulled. In the lab's systematic work, this unknown became a priority, promising to unravel more of the tangled web. The unknown number soon tied back to Noah Pike, a 17-year-old known as Evan's Shadow, was a follower desperate for approval who would bend rules and cross lines to earn a place in the group, his involvement now pulling him into the investigative spotlight. Noah's profile emerged from school records and interviews, a quiet kid with a history of minor troubles, idolizing Evan's bravado and willing to tag along for scraps of belonging. His phone, seized under warrant, showed connections to the cleanup crew chat, his messages eager and compliant. Friends described him as impressionable and easily swayed by promises of status. Elena saw him as another victim of poor choices, yet accountable for his role. The tie-in escalated charges, Noah's need for approval, a motive multiplier. Investigators interviewed him gently at first, his youth a factor, but evidence demanded truth. This link humanized the group dynamic, followers enabling a leader's arrogance. Noah's phone held a deleted video file, shaky and dark, its audio capturing bursts of laughter that shifted abruptly to a sudden, piercing scream, the content corrupted but partially salvageable through fragment recovery techniques that pieced together audio waves and pixel remnants. Technicians worked meticulously, reconstructing enough to hear the chilling transition, jovial voices turning chaotic, the scream a raw interruption. The file's metadata placed it at the Creek's timestamp, a digital witness to the event. Investigators listened in somber silence, the fragments evoking the night's horror without full visuals. And Elena was spared the details, but knew of its existence, a recording that confirmed presence and action. The video salvage became a technical triumph, corruption yielding to expertise. In the case's gravity, it added auditory proof, laughter to scream a haunting echo of escalation. The medical examiner's final report confirmed the cause aligned with a sustained confrontation, the word sustained carrying heavy implication, indicating a duration where choices could have shifted, on opportunities to pause ignored in the heat of the moment. Details were clinical, focusing on injuries consistent with prolonged struggle without graphic excess, but the term lingered, suggesting time for reflection unmet. This finding elevated charges, premeditation woven with persistence. Elena read between lines, her grief deepened by the preventability. The report's language was measured, authority translating loss into facts. Investigators incorporated it into timelines. Sustained a bridge from intent to outcome. The examiner's words stood as impartial judgment, time's weight underscoring human failure. With evidence mounting, the prosecutor crafted a courtroom strategy centered on presentation over imagination. Build the case through irrefutable timelines drawn from logs and data that remained indifferent to fabrications, letting facts narrate without embellishment. Exhibits would include charts correlating messages, locations, and physical traces, a visual story jurors could follow. This approach avoided emotional pleas, relying on the cold reliability of technology. Elena appreciated the focus, truth in data, a counter to denial. The strategy prepared for defense challenges, logs as silent witnesses. Prosecutors rehearsed. Timelines the backbone of justice. RCFL's exhaustive work culminated in a finalized count of messages recovered from diverse sources. Device fragments, linked recipient phones, cloud service returns, and persistent notification caches, each source contributing to a comprehensive tally that defied deletion's intent. Analysts double-checked correlations, ensuring no duplicates inflated numbers, the total a testament to thoroughness. This count wasn't arbitrary. It represented recovered voices from the digital grave. Elena awaited the figure, each message a piece of her daughter's story reclaimed. The report's compilation marked a milestone, sources converging like streams to a river. Printed boldly on the report's header was the number 847, a figure that landed in the war room like an early verdict. Its weight silencing chatter as detectives absorbed the scale of recovered communication. The digits stared back, unyielding, a quantification of secrecy unearthed. Elena whispered it later, 847 echoes of what was hidden. The number became symbolic, proof overwhelming denial. A detective, voice steady but low, read the first fully recovered line aloud to the team, the words hanging in the air as the room fell utterly silent. After tonight, she won't talk again. Deletion didn't erase intent, the echo resounding like a promise of justice, the message a chilling prelude to the accountability now closing in. In the bustling war room of the Cedar Hollow police station, detectives meticulously constructed a second-by-second timeline that refused to stay buried, unweaving together strands of evidence like threads in an unyielding tapestry. A message sent from Kara's burner at 8:45 p.m., followed by Maya's cell tower ping at 9:17 p.m., then the gas station camera capturing Evan's SUV gliding toward Hollow Creek at 9:03 p.m., only to return at 9:28 p.m. with those suspicious dimmed headlights, and culminating in Kara's frantic phone reset just 2 hours later. This chronology wasn't built on guesswork. It drew from carrier logs, device metadata, and physical traces that aligned with chilling precision, each element corroborating the next like echoes in a canyon. Investigators stood back, staring at the board where colored pins and strings formed a web that ensnared the suspects. The timeline a silent prosecutor laying out the sequence of deception and aftermath. Elena Torres, glimpsing a photo of this visual masterpiece during an update, felt a flicker of empowerment amid her grief, seeing how these moments, once scattered, are now formed an unbreakable chain. The timeline pulsed with life, defying attempts to erase it, a digital and physical record that whispered of choices made in the dark, pulling the truth inexorably into the light. As the team reviewed it, the room hummed with quiet determination, knowing this reconstruction would stand tall in any courtroom, a testament to persistence over panic. Forensics experts turned their attention to Evan's SUV with unwavering scrutiny, discovering microfibers embedded in the rear seat seams that matched the weave and dye of Maya's jacket, a transfer of evidence so subtle yet irrefutable that it spoke of close contact during a critical window. These tiny threads, analyzed under high-powered microscopes, showed no signs of natural wear, but rather the snags consistent with abrupt movement or restraint, linking the vehicle directly to the creek scene. Lab reports detailed the fiber composition, cotton blends with unique threading patterns from a popular brand Maya favored. Ruling out coincidence through comparative testing, detectives nodded as they read the findings, picturing the SUV's interior not as a casual ride, but as a vessel carrying unwilling cargo, the fibers like silent witnesses clinging to fabric long after the fact. Elena, informed of this match, held a similar jacket from Maya's closet, her fingers tracing the material as tears welled, the connection a bittersweet validation of her daughter's presence in that fateful journey. This evidence bridged the physical gap, turning an ordinary car into a cornerstone of the case, each microfiber a thread in the narrative of what transpired that night, weaving accountability into every seam. Noah Pike's sneakers, seized during a home search, are provided another pivotal match. Their tread pattern aligned perfectly with the second set of impressions found in the mud near Hollow Creek's reeds, the depth and spacing consistent with someone of his build moving purposefully through soft earth. Forensics cast the prints in plaster for exact comparisons, measuring everything from heel strike to toe off, confirming the shoe's unique wear marks from Noah's habitual gait. His mother, watching officers bag the footwear, protested that he was just a good kid who followed the wrong crowd, her words laced with denial, but the evidence stood impartial, unmoved by pleas. Investigators cross-referenced with scene photos, the matches too precise for doubt, placing Noah at the location during the timeline's key moments. Elena reflected on this during a quiet evening, wondering how a simple pair of shoes could encapsulate such a profound betrayal. Her thoughts drifting to Maya's own steps along that path. The tread patterns became symbolic footprints in the case file, each impression a step toward justice, grounding Noah's involvement in the unyielding soil of Hollow Creek, where denial couldn't erase what the ground remembered. A lab comparison of the hair strand recovered from the bark at the scene linked it to Kara through mitochondrial screening, with subsequent nuclear DNA markers from a voluntary sample providing even stronger confirmation. It was the genetic profile matching with probabilities that left no room for reasonable doubt. Technicians worked methodically in the lab, amplifying DNA sequences and running gels that lit up with telltale bands, the science transforming a single strand into a binding tie. This wasn't rushed work. Controls were run alongside to ensure accuracy, ruling out contamination from the creek's environment. Kara's attorney might challenge the chain of custody, but the lab's protocols were ironclad, each step documented in exhaustive reports. Elena, learning of the match, felt a complex wave of emotions, vindication mixed with sorrow, knowing this biological echo connected her daughter's final moments to Kara's presence. The DNA became a quiet powerhouse in the evidence arsenal, biology speaking when words failed, linking suspect to scene in a way that arrogance couldn't dismiss. Investigators filed it with care, the markers a genetic fingerprint that sealed one more piece of the puzzle, turning personal traces into public proof. Sienna Vale's testimony was locked in with a carefully negotiated cooperation agreement, acknowledging her lesser role while ensuring she faced appropriate consequences, her words now a weapon turned against the group she once called friends. In a private meeting room, Sienna detailed her involvement, posting distractions, relaying messages, her voice breaking as she expressed regret. The agreement offering reduced charges in exchange for full honesty and courtroom appearance. Prosecutors drafted it with precision, balancing justice with the need for insider insight, knowing her flip could dismantle the defense's unity. Sienna's mother sat beside her, a hand on her shoulder, as papers were signed, the moment a turning point from accomplice to asset. Elena pondered the agreement's fairness, seeing in Sienna a teen who got swept up, yet one who chose to step forward. And this deal humanized the process, consequences tailored to intent, her testimony a bridge from peripheral to pivotal. Investigators celebrated quietly, the agreement a strategic win, ensuring her voice would echo in trial, cooperation the key that unlocked deeper truths. The recovered messages from various sources unveiled a vocabulary of careful planning. References to gloves for handling without traces, no phones to avoid digital footprints, wipe prints as a reminder of cleanup, and bring tape hinting at restraint, each term a building block in a scheme that screamed premeditation over impulse. These words, scattered across threads and previews, formed patterns that experts highlighted in reports, showing discussions days in advance, not spur of the moment. The language was casual yet directive, like teens organizing a gathering but with darker undertones, revealing a group mindset focused on execution and evasion. Elena read excerpts with a heavy heart. On the terms stripping away any illusion of accident, her daughter's fate reduced to checklists. Prosecutors flagged them for emphasis, vocabulary as evidence of intent, turning slang into indictment. The messages lingered in files, each phrase a nail in the coffin of denial, planning's echo resounding through the case. One chilling exchange showed Kara coaching the others explicitly. "If cops ask, we were at the diner. Keep it simple." Same story. Her words a blueprint for fabricated alibis, are distributed in the group chat like assignments in a twisted class project. The message, recovered from Sienna's device, included timestamps and responses affirming the plan, a coordinated effort to synchronize lies. This instruction revealed Kara's foresight, anticipating scrutiny and prepping defenses, her tone authoritative yet breezy. Investigators verified against real diner footage, finding no matches, exposing the fiction. Elena saw it as the height of calculation, as a teen scripting reality to evade it. The coaching became a star exhibit, words betraying leadership in deception. Prosecutors rehearsed its presentation, the same story, a refrain of collusion that jurors would hear, simplicity unmasking complexity. Further digging revealed that the group's claimed diner receipt had been cleverly planted, its timestamp manipulated to appear legitimate, but surveillance footage from the location showed no sign of them, proving someone had forged a slice of normalcy to cloak the abnormal. The receipt, found in Evan's wallet, bore ink inconsistencies under lab lights, a digital timestamp edited sloppily on a scanned copy. This fabrication pointed to post-event efforts, a desperate bid to insert innocence into the timeline. Investigators traced the forgery to a home printer, metadata embedding clues. Elena marveled at the lengths, forgery a mirror to the broader cover-up. The planted evidence backfired spectacularly, turning a prop into proof of guilt. In the case's arc, it highlighted Panic's mistakes, normalcy forged but fractured under examination. A recovered audio note from Kara's phone captured her voice in a bright, almost playful tone as she outlined how to lure Maya without causing drama. Her instructions casual yet precise, like planning a surprise party rather than something far more serious. The file, salvaged from a deleted voice memo app, ran for 2 minutes, her words flowing with enthusiasm. Roots, timing, what to say to avoid suspicion. The playfulness chilled listeners, a disconnect between tone and implication. Technicians enhanced the audio, clarifying every syllable for clarity. Elena listened to a sanitized clip, her stomach turning at the lightness, a voice unburdened by gravity. The note became auditory evidence, tone revealing mindset. Investigators analyzed inflection, playfulness, underscoring detachment. This recovery added emotional depth, Kara's voice a haunting addition to the digital chorus. Elena's world shattered further when prosecutors shared Maya's last unsent draft message, recovered from a partial cloud sync on her missing phone. "Mom, I'm scared, but it's probably nothing." Words typed but never sent, a final whisper of unease preserved in the ether. The draft, time-stamped just before the creek ping, captured Maya's intuition, her hesitation a poignant cry for help, unspoken. McCloud remnants held it like a time capsule, sync halting mid-process. Elena clutched the printout, tears tracing the letters, her daughter's voice echoing in simple prose. This message humanized the victim anew, fear tempered by doubt, a teen's reluctance to worry her mother. Investigators treated it tenderly, evidence of vulnerability. In the narrative, it stood as Maya's last words, probably nothing, a tragic irony that fueled the drive for answers. Given the case's gravity, its heinous nature, Kara's apparent leadership, and clear signs of advanced planning, the prosecutor moved forward with juvenile transfer paperwork, arguing for trial as an adult to reflect the maturity of the actions over chronological age. Documents detailed evidence of sophistication, burner phones, coordinated alibis, digital erasures. The motion cited legal precedents, balancing youth with accountability. Elena supported it quietly. She's seeking a process that honored Maya's memory. The transfer hearing loomed, age debated in courtrooms. Prosecutors prepared arguments, planning's shadow lengthening over Kara's defense. Evan, feeling the walls close in as evidence piled, approached authorities for a deal, offering a partial account that downplayed his role while pointing fingers elsewhere. But the prosecutor held firm, demanding full transparency before considering leniency. His statement admitted driving and presence, but minimized involvement, a self-serving narrative. Negotiations stretched, Evan sweating under pressure. Elena watched from afar, hoping for unvarnished truth. The deal's dance tested loyalties, partial truths insufficient. Prosecutors waited, full confession, the price of mercy. Noah cracked under interrogation first, his composure crumbling into sobs as he confessed it was meant to be a lesson for Maya, his words tumbling out in a rush of regret and fear. Tears streamed as he described the group's intent, to scare, not harm, but escalation beyond control. Investigators listened empathetically, probing gently for details. Noah's breakdown humanized him, a follower regretting the tide. Elena pondered his question. What lesson requires a creek at night? The crack opened floods, his words cascading into the record. Noah's statement directly implicated Kara as the organizer. She said Maya deserved it. She said we'd be heroes, his voice breaking on the last word, painting her as the motivator who framed the act as justified, pulling strings with promises of glory. This placed Kara at the center, her words rallying the group. Elena felt the weight, heroes, a twisted perversion. The implication strengthened conspiracy charges, Noah's testimony a linchpin. With the mosaic nearly complete, arrest warrants were drafted, bolstered by the comprehensive 847-message packet, detailed artifact explanations, haunting video fragments, and an array of physical trace evidence that left no doubt. Documents listed charges methodically, evidence exhibits attached like armor. Prosecutors reviewed, warrants ready for judicial stamp. At sunrise, the sound of cuffs clicking onto Kara's wrists resonated. Cold metal meeting skin, the physical manifestation of inevitability as she was led away. Her earlier smirk replaced by wide-eyed shock. She glanced at the deputy, whispering, "This won't stick." But the case had already adhered, unshakable, the echo of her words fading against the dawn's light. Justice's grip, firm and final. The first court appearance for Kara Winslow unfolded in a packed courtroom in Cedar Hollow, the air thick with anticipation and the faint scent of polished wood and nervous sweat. Kara entered through a side door, dressed in a neat blouse buttoned to the collar and a modest skirt, her hair straightened into submission, every detail curated to project the image of a wide-eyed innocent caught in a terrible misunderstanding. She walked with measured steps, head held high, as if the flashing cameras from reporters in the gallery were spotlights on a stage rather than harbingers of judgment. Her parents sat in the front row, faces drawn, clutching hands in silent support, while Elena Torres, Maya's mother, occupied a seat on the opposite side, her eyes fixed on Kara with a quiet intensity that spoke volumes of unspoken grief. The bailiff called the room to order, and as Kara took her place at the defense table, she lifted her chin defiantly, a subtle performance of resilience that masked the storm brewing within. Whispers rippled through the spectators, the town's divisions laid bare in this public arena, where a 16-year-old's fate hung in the balance, nor her composed facade the first line of defense against the mounting tide of evidence. The judge, a seasoned figure with a voice as flat and unyielding as the gavel in his hand, surveyed the room with practiced authority before addressing the assembly. "This is not social media," he intoned, his words cutting through the murmurs like a blade. "Nor is it a platform for spectacle or sympathy. This is a court of law, where facts will prevail over feelings." His gaze lingered on Kara for a moment, as if to underscore the gravity, reminding all present that the proceedings were bound by rules, not the whims of public opinion or teenage bravado. The defense attorney nodded respectfully while the prosecutor adjusted notes at the table, the tension palpable as preliminary motions were set to begin. Elena shifted in her seat, drawing strength from the judge's no-nonsense tone, a reminder that this space, at least, prioritized truth over the manipulations that had ensnared her daughter. The courtroom settled into a hush, the judge's declaration hanging in the air, setting the stage for a battle where evidence would be king and denials would face the unblinking eye of justice. Kara's defense team launched their opening salvo with vigor, arguing passionately that the recovered messages were unreliable at best, stitched together from fragmented data by overzealous experts, and that Kara was being unfairly demonized simply for being an outspoken female in a small town where jealousy ran rampant. The attorney paced before the bench, voice rising with indignation, painting a picture of a girl targeted by rumors and now by a system eager to make an example. He questioned the integrity of digital forensics, suggesting bias in the recovery process and implying that teenage communications were being twisted into something sinister. Spectators leaned forward, some nodding in sympathy, while others exchanged skeptical glances. Elena clenched her fists, the argument twisting like a knife, reducing Maya's loss to a footnote in a narrative of victimhood flipped on its head. The defense's words aimed to sow doubt, framing Kara as the real casualty, her gender and status weapons turned against her in a bid to humanize what evidence painted as calculated. The prosecution countered with calm precision, laying out the ironclad chain of custody for every piece of digital evidence and emphasizing multi-source corroboration that drew from carrier logs, device artifacts, recipient phones, and cloud backups, creating a web too robust for dismissal. The lead prosecutor stood tall, voice steady, as she detailed how each fragment was verified independently. Timestamps aligning across platforms like stars in a constellation, impossible to fabricate. She highlighted affidavits from experts, underscoring that this wasn't guesswork but science, with hash values ensuring no alterations. The courtroom absorbed the technical depth, jurors in the potential pool taking notes, the argument shifting the focus back to facts over feelings. Elena felt a surge of quiet vindication, the prosecution's methodical breakdown a counterpunch to the defense's emotional pleas, reminding all that truth wasn't subjective. This response fortified the case, a corroboration the shield against claims of unreliability, turning the tide with evidence's unemotional weight. An RCFL examiner took the stand as an expert witness, explaining the nuances of data deletion in clear, accessible terms. It often removes only the pointer to the information, not the data itself, he said, likening it to tearing a page from a book's index while leaving the chapter intact, hidden but recoverable with the right tools. He walked the court through the process, imaging devices, carving artifacts from unallocated space, validating with controls. His voice steady, devoid of drama, letting the science speak for itself. Visual aids projected on a screen showed simplified diagrams, making the complex digestible for lay ears. The judge nodded thoughtfully, while Kara shifted slightly in her seat, her earlier poise tested by the dispassionate unraveling of her digital secrets. Elena listened intently. The explanation a revelation, transforming what seemed like magic into method, a moral correction where technology refused to forget. The examiner's words demystified the process, authority framing deletion as an illusion, the courtroom's atmosphere thickening with the inevitability of exposure. With foundational testimony established, the judge allowed a limited preview of the recovered messages during the motions hearing to assess admissibility, and the prosecutor read just a few lines aloud. Her voice measured yet resonant, enough to suck the oxygen from the room and leave a palpable silence in their wake. The selected excerpts were chosen for impact, not volume, each word landing like a stone in still water, rippling through the assembly. Spectators held their breaths, the gravity pulling eyes toward Kara, who sat rigidly, her facade cracking under the weight. The judge maintained order, but the air shifted, charged with the raw power of unearthed truths. Elena closed her eyes briefly, the lines a painful echo of her daughter's final hours, confirmation of the betrayal she had sensed. This preview wasn't the full barrage, but a taste, changing the courtroom's dynamic, words from the digital grave altering perceptions and setting the stage for deeper revelations. One recovered text, projected for clarity, read, "She'll come if I say it's about Evan." A line that peeled back layers of motive, revealing jealousy twisted into strategy, weaponizing a shared connection to lure Maya into vulnerability. The message, timestamped days before, showed calculation, using Evan's name as bait, exploiting teenage emotions for a darker purpose. The prosecutor paused after reading, letting it sink in, the courtroom murmuring as implications dawned. Not random chance, but a ploy rooted in rivalry and control. Kara's eyes narrowed slightly, but she remained silent, the text a mirror to her manipulations. Elena gripped the bench, the words confirming whispers of romantic tensions that had simmered in the school's undercurrents, her daughter's trust exploited in the cruelest way. This revelation humanized the conflict, jealousy not abstract, but personal, a spark that ignited the chain leading to Hollow Creek, the text a damning admission of intent disguised as casual planning. See, another message followed in the preview. No one will believe her if she tries to talk. A chilling declaration that exposed not just violence, but a preemptive strike on credibility, intent to silence before any outcry could form. The words hung in the air, suggesting a mind already plotting beyond the act, ensuring any survivor's voice would be drowned in doubt. The prosecutor emphasized the timestamp, aligning it with escalating plans, the line a window into a psychology that viewed others as obstacles to be neutralized. Whispers erupted among spectators, the implication landing like a blow, transforming the case from incident to orchestrated erasure. Elena's breath caught, the message a gut punch, echoing Maya's kind nature now targeted for disbelief. Kara's defense objected softly, but the judge overruled, allowing the weight to settle. This text deepened the narrative, credibility's erosion a tactic as old as time, but here captured in digital ink, unerasable. Kara's reaction was subtle, yet telling, a smile that cracked like fine porcelain under strain, her head shaking slowly as if the evidence were merely embarrassing, a minor faux pas rather than the catastrophic unmasking it truly represented. She leaned toward her attorney, whispering something brief, her expression a mix of disdain and detachment, refusing to let the words pierce her armor. The courtroom watched, some seeing innocence in her poise, others spotting the fracture lines of denial. The judge's gavel tapped lightly for order, but Kara's smile lingered, a defiant mask that only amplified the rot. This moment captured Kara's rot. This moment captured Kara's essence, arrogance as shield, embarrassment her chosen deflection, the crack in porcelain a hint that the facade wasn't invincible, a pressure building toward an inevitable shatter. Elena's composure faltered as the messages were read, a sound escaping her that wasn't quite a sob, but a raw, involuntary gasp of anguish, drawing the court officer's steadying hand on her shoulder as she fought to regain her breath. The officer, a kind-faced woman with years on the job, whispered reassurance, helping Elena sit straighter, a quiet act of humanity amid the procedural storm. Spectators turned sympathetic eyes her way, the sound a piercing reminder of the human cost behind the exhibits. Elena wiped her eyes, drawing on reserves of strength, her presence a silent testament to Maya's memory, refusing to let grief silence her. The judge paused briefly, acknowledging the moment without words, the courtroom's energy shifting toward empathy. This reaction grounded the hearing, Elena's sound bridging abstract evidence to lived loss. A mother's pain, the emotional anchor that no defense could dismiss. The judge addressed Kara directly from the bench, his tone firm and unwavering. "Ms. Winslow, control your demeanor. Your expressions will not influence my rulings, nor should they test the patience of this court." The words were a direct rebuke, cutting through the tension like a scalpel, reminding her that this was no stage for performances, but an arena where facts reigned supreme. Kara's smile faded instantly, her posture straightening as she nodded curtly. The admonishment, a public check on her arrogance. Whispers followed, the judge's authority reasserting order, his gaze steady on the young defendant. Elena drew quiet strength from the moment, seeing it as a small victory for decorum over defiance. The ruling echoed through the room, expressions tamed, the judge's voice a reminder that justice observed all, influence an illusion in the face of law. Outside the courthouse, as reporters swarmed, Kara's attorney faced the cameras with a prepared statement. "A child is being railroaded by a system hungry for a scapegoat." His words laced with outrage, framing the case as an injustice against youth and innocence. But in Cedar Hollow, the town heard child and thought immediately of Maya, her absence a counterpoint that drowned out the plea. Neighbors gathered in clusters, debating in low voices. Dore, avoiding the frenzy, her thoughts on the side of the road. Elena exited through a side door, avoiding the frenzy, her thoughts on Maya, the word child a painful echo of what was lost. The statement aimed to rally sympathy, but public sentiment shifted, railroaded narratives clashing with memories of a girl who would never grow older. This moment highlighted the divide, defense's words a spark in a tinderbox of opinion, the town's collective heart leaning toward accountability. Sienna Vale's cooperation became inescapably public when she was spotted entering the courthouse through a discreet side door, her eyes downcast and steps hurried, avoiding the main entrance where cameras waited, her presence fracturing Kara's once tight friend group like glass under pressure. Whispers spread through school hallways and town cafes, loyalties splintering as some defended Sienna's choice, others branded her a betrayer. She moved with the weight of her decision, shoulders slumped, the side door a symbol of her shifted allegiance. Inside, she met with prosecutors, her testimony now a formalized threat to the defense. Elena caught a glimpse from afar, feeling a complex pity for the girl caught in the web, yet grateful for the crack it created. The fracture rippled outward, group chats dissolving, alliances crumbling under the glare of impending truth. Sienna's entrance marked a turning point. Publicity, the catalyst that turned private pacts into public ruins. Evan's lawyer, sensing the case's momentum shifting irreversibly, approached the prosecution team once more in a hushed courthouse hallway, confiding that Evan was finally ready to tell everything, a phrase that typically meant spilling details while shifting maximum blame to others, his partial confession evolving into a fuller narrative under duress. The lawyer's tone was urgent, bargaining for leniency. But prosecutors listened with measured skepticism, demanding specifics before entertaining deals. Evan's readiness stemmed from fear, the evidence wall closing in, his earlier vagueness giving way to self-preservation. Elena was updated discreetly, hoping this everything would honor Maya's memory with unvarnished facts. The approach highlighted the group's unraveling, blame a currency in negotiations. Investigators prepared for the influx. Evan's words a potential floodgate. Telling everything, a step toward closure laced with calculation. After deliberation on the motions, the judge ruled that the bulk of the digital evidence would be admissible pending proper expert foundation at trial, his gavel striking with finality as he cited the robust chain of custody and corroborative sources, closing the door on broad suppression attempts. The ruling echoed through the courtroom, in a victory for the prosecution that elicited nods from their table and tight lips from the defense. Spectators absorbed the decision, the judge's reasoning methodical, emphasizing reliability over rhetoric. Elena exhaled slowly, the admissibility a milestone, evidence's voice secured for the main stage. The pending foundation added anticipation, experts poised to solidify. This moment fortified the case, digital trails granted entry. The gavel's sound, a barrier falling. He turned sharply toward Sienna and mouthed a word, turned sharply toward Sienna and mouthed a single word, silent but venomous. Traitor, her eyes flashing with betrayal, the accusation hanging unspoken yet clear in the charged air. Sienna flinched, averting her gaze, the word a dagger in the fragile remnants of their friendship. Onlookers noticed the exchange, whispers igniting anew, the moment crystallizing the group's fracture. Elena observed from a distance, the venom a glimpse into Kara's unyielding core. The mouthed word lingered like smoke, traitor the label that turned loyalty to liability. The hallway cleared slowly, but the echo remained. The audience Kara once needed was becoming a jury, their scrutiny the judgment she could no longer control. In the sterile confines of the county jail where Kara Winslow awaited further proceedings, and her behavior quickly became a matter of meticulous documentation by the staff, who noted her frequent complaint forms about the food's quality. Too bland, too cold, not up to her standards, and her insistent requests for extra mirror time to maintain her appearance, as if the fluorescent lights and shared facilities were personal affronts. She expressed outright anger at being treated like everyone else, demanding privileges that set her apart. Her voice sharp with entitlement during routine checks. Guards observed how she navigated the environment with a calculated poise, interacting with inmates selectively, always positioning herself as superior, never fully integrating into the communal hardships. This pattern painted a picture of someone who viewed incarceration not as punishment, but as an inconvenient stage, her complaints a bid to reclaim control in a system designed to strip it away. Elena Torres, hearing snippets through case updates, couldn't help but contrast this with Maya's humble, considerate nature, the entitlement a stark reminder of the mindset that had led to such irreversible harm. Kara's jail conduct wasn't mere adjustment issues, it was a continuation of the arrogance that had defined her, a refusal to bend even when bars enclosed her world, each form and request a subtle rebellion against equality. A court-appointed psychologist, brought in for an evaluation amid the juvenile transfer considerations, compiled a detailed consult that highlighted Kara's key traits. A pronounced tendency to externalize blame onto others or circumstances, never internalizing fault, a shallow affect that masked genuine emotions with superficial charm, an intense underlying fear of humiliation that drove her actions, and a fixation on controlling the narrative around her, rewriting events to cast herself as the hero or victim. The expert's notes drew from interviews where Kara spoke of the charges as a misunderstanding blown out of proportion by haters, deflecting responsibility with ease, her emotional responses flat, even when discussing the night at Hollow Creek. This profile suggested a narcissistic framework where empathy was secondary to self-preservation, her fear of shame fueling manipulations rather than remorse. Elena pondered these insights during quiet evenings. The consult became a tool for prosecutors, the psychologist's words a lens into a mind where consequences were abstract until they weren't. The consult became a tool for prosecutors, framing Kara's psychology as evidence of maturity and malice, her traits not excuses, but indicators of a calculated detachment that demanded adult accountability. From her cell, Kara penned letters to family and select friends, framing herself as the true victim in a saga of jealous girls who envied her popularity and a small-town hate that targeted her for standing out, her words dripping with self-pity and accusations against unnamed accusers. But strikingly, she never once mentioned Maya's name, as if erasing the girl from the story could erase the reality. These missives, intercepted under jail protocols, revealed a narrative rewrite where Kara was the persecuted star, the charges a plot by lesser minds, on her tone indignant and unyielding. Recipients, including her parents, received pleas for support, laced with instructions on how to set the record straight online or in conversations. Elena, learning of the letters through legal disclosures, felt a fresh wave of sorrow at the omission, Maya's absence in Kara's words, a deliberate void that spoke louder than any admission. The letters underscored Kara's denial, a world rebuilt without the weight of her actions. Each page a testament to a mind prioritizing image over introspection. The silence around Maya's name, a chilling echo of the deletion that started it all. In one recorded jail call to her mother, Kara's voice cut through the static with crisp impatience. "Stop crying, Mom. It makes us look guilty." Her priority not comfort or shared grief, but the optics of the situation, image preserved above all, as if tears were a liability in her carefully managed persona. The call, monitored as per protocol, she captured her mother's sobs in the background, a raw outpouring met with Kara's detached directives to stay strong for the cameras and tell everyone I'm innocent. This exchange highlighted a profound lack of empathy. Kara's focus on appearance trumping familial bonds, grief and inconvenience to be managed rather than felt. Elena, reviewing a transcript later, marveled at the cold pragmatism, a daughter instructing her parent like a publicist, at the absence of genuine emotion, a window into a heart untouched by the devastation left in her wake. The recording became evidentiary fodder, her words a stark illustration of shallow affect, where even a mother's pain was secondary to the narrative of not looking guilty, the call's echo lingering as proof of priorities askew. Evan Rusk's confession, evolving under the pressure of deal negotiations, finally admitted to driving the SUV that night, to being present at the creek. But he claimed Kara pushed it beyond the original plan, describing her demeanor as unnervingly calm throughout, as if orchestrating the events were no more stressful than planning a school event. In his detailed statement, Evan recounted how Kara directed the group's movements with steady instructions, her voice even when tensions rose, a composure that chilled him in retrospect. He minimized his own role, portraying himself as reluctant, but the calm he attributed to Kara painted her as the unflappable leader, unfazed by the escalating chaos. Prosecutors dissected the confession for consistencies with evidence, noting how it aligned with recovered messages. Evan's words, a reluctant spotlight on her control. Elena listened to excerpts, the description of Kara's calm, a haunting contrast to Maya's likely fear. The evolution of his story, a slow unveiling of truths, long buried. This admission shifted dynamics. Evan's evolving narrative a crack in the wall, his portrayal of her poise underscoring a psychology where detachment enabled darkness. Noah Pike's full statement, given in a tear-streaked interrogation room, included a detail only someone present could know. The moment Maya's bracelet snapped during the confrontation, beads scattering into the mud like lost stars, and Kara's curt command to leave it, dismissing the debris as irrelevant in her focused haste. Noah described the scene vividly, in his voice breaking as he recalled the beads glinting under flashlights. Kara's tone impatient, prioritizing escape over cleanup, a snapshot of her mindset amid panic. This insider knowledge corroborated physical evidence, the beads later recovered matching his account precisely, turning his words into a bridge from witness to proof. Elena visited Maya's grave that week, whispering about the bracelet as if sharing a bedtime story, the detail a painful reminder of her daughter's final struggle, now etched into the record through Noah's regret. The statement deepened the case. Kara's "leave it," a command revealing callousness. Noah's recollection a thread that wove him deeper into accountability while exposing her leadership in the chaos. Sienna Vale, in her protected testimony sessions, revealed how Kara had rehearsed alibis with the group days before the incident, gathering them in a quiet school corner and drilling. "If anything happens, we were nowhere, understand?" Her tone firm, like a coach prepping a team, ensuring everyone parroted the diner story without deviation. Sienna described the rehearsals as intense, Kara quizzing them on details, correcting slips with sharp rebukes, the sessions a prelude to the plan's execution. This foresight painted Kara as the architect, anticipating fallout and arming her accomplices with lies. Prosecutors highlighted it in prep, the rehearsal's evidence of premeditation, Sienna's account a window into the group's dynamics. Elena reflected on the calculation, rehearsals a mockery of innocence, the "understand?" a demand that echoed Kara's need for control. The revelation fortified the hierarchy, alibis not spontaneous but scripted, Sienna's words turning rehearsals into rehearsals for trial. The prosecutor, building the case narrative, framed Kara as the undeniable coordinator, the brain behind the operation. Evan as the muscle providing physical enforcement. Noah as the eager follower seeking approval. And Sienna as the facilitator handling digital distractions, creating a clear hierarchy of guilt that assigned roles based on recovered messages and statements. This structure wasn't arbitrary. It drew from chat logs showing Kara assigning tasks, Evan confirming logistics, Noah offering affirmations, and Sienna managing online noise. The framework helped jurors visualize the conspiracy, each person's place a cog in a machine Kara powered. Elena appreciated the clarity, of the hierarchy a map of betrayal that honored Maya's memory by dissecting the group's mechanics. Prosecutors rehearsed it with charts, guilt scaled by involvement, the frame a strategic lens that turned individuals into a culpable collective, hierarchy the scaffold for justice. In a pivot to counter the growing evidence, Kara's defense team tried a new angle in motions, portraying her as a vulnerable girl manipulated by her older boyfriend Evan, on a narrative of influence and coercion that aimed to shift blame upward, but prosecutors prepared countermeasures with message evidence clearly showing Kara as the initiator, her directives leading the charge. The defense argued Evan's age and history made him the puppet master, Kara the impressionable teen, but texts like her commands to him undermined it swiftly. Elena saw through the tactic, manipulation, an ironic claim given Kara's profile. The angle fizzled under scrutiny. To prosecutors' prep ensuring it backfired, evidence of initiation, a rebuttal that reinforced her role. Recovered texts laid bare Kara's directing hand, one message to Evan, reading, "Bring the duct tape. Don't be stupid." Her language commanding and dismissive, not the words of someone submissive, but of a leader issuing orders with authority. The tone undercutting any claim of being manipulated. The text, time-stamped in planning phases, showed her specifying tools, or her "don't be stupid" a jab at compliance, revealing dominance in the relationship. Prosecutors highlighted it in filings, the command a stark contrast to the defense's narrative. Elena pondered the cruelty in such casual instructions, duct tape a symbol of intent that chilled her. The language stood as proof. Submission flipped to assertion, texts the unfiltered voice of control. A jail deputy in routine reports, a noted Kara mocking another inmate during recreation time for crying about her kid, her laughter sharp and unfeeling, empathy conspicuously absent as she dismissed the woman's pain with a wave, turning away as if boredom trumped compassion. The deputy documented the incident, seeing it as consistent with Kara's pattern of detachment, her mockery a barrier against vulnerability. This behavior reinforced psych evals, shallow affect on display in shared spaces. Elena heard of it through channels, and the absence of empathy, a confirmation of the void where remorse should reside. The mocking lingered in logs, a snapshot of character that painted Kara as unmoved by others' suffering, her words an echo of the callousness that defined her actions. Elena made regular visits to Maya's grave, a quiet spot under an oak tree in the town cemetery, where she whispered updates like bedtime stories from their past, the latest court dates, the mounting evidence, on how the town still said Maya's name in vigils and conversations, keeping her memory alive amid the legal storm. She spoke softly, tracing the headstone, sharing how Sienna's testimony might turn the tide, or how the digital recoveries felt like Maya's voice returning from silence. These visits were Elena's anchor, a ritual of connection, grief channeled into narratives that honored her daughter. Friends sometimes joined, but often it was solitary, whispers carrying hopes for justice. The grave became a sanctuary, updates a way to include Maya in the fight, her name the thread that wove through every development. The judge, reviewing a defense motion to return Kara to less restrictive juvenile detention, denied it outright, citing concerns for her safety amid the case's notoriety and the severity of the charges, his ruling a choice for realism over any theater of sympathy, emphasizing that protections didn't equate to leniency. The decision, read in open court, he underscored authority's stance, safety a valid point, but severity the core, refusing to soften edges for age alone. Elena nodded in silent approval, the denial an affirmation that consequences matched actions. The motion's failure hardened the path, juvenile comforts deferred, the judge's realism a counter to pleas for mercy. When Kara learned through her attorney that Sienna might testify against her, rage simmered in a subsequent jail call, on her voice low and threatening. "I'll ruin her if she opens her mouth." The words a venomous promise of retaliation, even from behind bars, threats persisting as her tool of control. The call, flagged immediately, captured her unfiltered spite, no remorse, but rather a vow to extend harm. Elena, informed, felt the chill of ongoing malice, the threat an echo of the original betrayal. Prosecutors reviewed it eagerly, new layers unfolding. That call was swiftly flagged by monitoring staff, leading to additional charges looming on the horizon, witness intimidation and further obstruction, compounding the case with fresh offenses that demonstrated Kara's refusal to relent, even as walls closed in. The additions strengthened the prosecution, her words self-incriminating, turning a conversation into a charge sheet. Elena saw it as poetic, threats boomeranging back, the looming charges escalated stakes, obstruction a fitting cap to deletion's theme. An investigator, headphones on in a quiet office, listened to the recording multiple times, murmuring to himself, "She still thinks this is a game." His words a quiet observation of arrogance unchecked, the echo resounding. Some people don't fear consequences until they hear a sentence, the finality approaching like a shadow lengthening over her carefully constructed world. The trial of Kara Winslow commenced in the heart of Cedar Hollow's historic courthouse. Our reporters crammed into the back rows. Notebooks at the ready. Their presence a reminder that this case had captured not just the town's attention, but a wider audience hungry for details of teenage betrayal turned tragic. Everyone in the gallery, families, friends, our curious locals, waited with bated breath to see who Kara would be today. The defiant queen of the hallways, or a humbled girl facing the consequences of her choices. The room hummed with low murmurs as the clock ticked toward the opening, the atmosphere electric, a blend of grief and curiosity hanging like a fog. Elena Torres sat quietly among supporters, her hands folded in her lap, steeling herself for the proceedings that would finally lay bare the events of that fateful night. The trial wasn't just about facts. It was a reckoning, a stage where hidden truths would step into the light, and the community braced for the revelations that could reshape their understanding of trust and innocence lost. Kara entered the courtroom flanked by her legal team, dressed in conservative attire, a simple blouse tucked neatly into slacks, her hair pinned back in a style that screamed manufactured innocence, every element chosen to soften her image from the sharp-edged teen known around school to a vulnerable young woman ensnared by circumstance. She avoided direct eye contact with anyone in the gallery, particularly steering clear of Elena's piercing gaze, her steps measured and composed as she took her seat at the defense table. The transformation was deliberate, a visual plea for sympathy, but those who knew her story saw through the veneer, are recognizing the calculated effort to rewrite perceptions. Whispers rippled as she settled, her neutral expression a mask that hid the storm within, her parents offering subtle nods of encouragement from their seats. Elena watched without blinking, the sight stirring a mix of sorrow and resolve, Kara's avoidance a silent admission of the chasm between them. In this moment, the courtroom became a theater of appearances. Kara's outfit and demeanor, the opening act in a defense strategy aimed at humanizing what evidence portrayed as calculated detachment. The judge, a figure of stern authority with years etched into his features, wasted no time in setting the tone, his voice booming across the room as he laid down the rules with sharp clarity. No outbursts from the gallery, no theatrics from counsel, and absolutely no attempts to turn personal grief into a public spectacle that could sway the proceedings. He emphasized the sanctity of the courtroom, a place for evidence and law, not emotional manipulation or media circus. His words a firm boundary that drew nods from both sides of the aisle. The defense and prosecution acknowledged with respectful affirmations, while the jury, a mix of locals carefully selected, listened intently, notebooks in hand. Elena felt a quiet reassurance in the judge's directives, a safeguard against the chaos that had already upended her world, ensuring the focus remained on facts rather than frenzy. This establishment of order set a disciplined rhythm, the judge's authority a steady hand, guiding the trial away from sensationalism toward the measured pursuit of truth that Maya deserved. The prosecution's opening statement cut through the tension like a well-honed blade. The lead attorney standing tall and declaring that this was no enigma shrouded in mystery, but a meticulously constructed timeline of deception. A plan devised in secret messages, carried out under the cover of night, and then desperately concealed through frantic deletions and alibis that crumbled under scrutiny. She outlined the key pillars: the lurid meeting, the Creek's isolation, the digital trail of 847 recovered communications, painting a picture of intentional acts, not youthful mishaps. Her voice steady and resonant as she promised the jury evidence that would leave no doubt. The room absorbed her words, a hush falling as she evoked the contrast between Maya's trusting nature and the calculated steps that led to her absence. Elena closed her eyes briefly, the statement a balm to her aching heart, validation that the horror wasn't random, but rooted in choices that demanded accountability. The opening set the stage for proof over emotion, by a narrative of timelines that refused to be erased, pulling the jury into the story's inexorable flow toward justice. The defense countered with their opening, the attorney rising with measured poise to describe the case as a teenage misunderstanding that spiraled into tragedy. His words framing Kara as an impulsive girl caught in the whirlwind of youth, not a mastermind, but the term misunderstanding landed like a sharp slap across the courtroom, an igniting quiet anger among those who knew Maya's story too well to accept such minimization. He spoke of peer pressures, fleeting emotions, and the rush to judgment in a small town, urging the jury to see Kara as redeemable, her actions a regrettable error rather than malice. Murmurs rose faintly, quickly silenced by the judge's gavel, but the anger simmered, eyes narrowing at the dismissal of profound loss as mere mishap. Elena gripped her seat, the words stinging like salt in an open wound, on a reminder of how narratives could twist pain into something palatable. The opening's phrasing amplified the divide, tragedy acknowledged but softened. The slap of misunderstanding a catalyst that heightened the room's emotional undercurrent, setting defenses against the prosecution's unyielding facts. The prosecution began building Maya's humanity through a series of early witnesses, starting with her debate coach who spoke warmly of her sharp mind and compassionate arguments, followed by her little brother's soccer teammate who recalled her cheering from the sidelines with infectious enthusiasm, and a teacher who read aloud a short essay Maya had written about the power of kindness in a divided world, her words filling the courtroom with echoes of a voice silenced too soon. Each testimony painted Maya not as a statistic, but as a vibrant soul, reliable, empathetic, the girl who volunteered at libraries and mended friendships with quiet wisdom. The jury leaned in. At away tears, the witnesses' accounts away tears. The witnesses' accounts a tribute that honored her daughter's spirit, weaving warmth into the cold proceedings. These openings humanized the loss, kindness the thread that contrasted sharply with the darkness ahead, grounding the trial in the light Maya had brought to those around her. Elena Torres took the stand briefly, her role limited to identification and recounting the last contact with Maya. A simple text about heading out for a quick meetup, her voice steady through most of it, but trembling only when she uttered Maya's name, the syllables catching in her throat like a final unspoken goodbye. She described the routine check-ins, the half-eaten breakfast that morning, small details that evoked everyday normalcy, shattered. But her testimony a mother's quiet strength amid visible pain. The prosecutor guided gently, keeping it factual, while the jury watched with empathetic eyes, Elena's composure a testament to resilience. When Maya's name broke her voice, a hush fell, the moment raw and unscripted, humanizing the abstract charges. She stepped down with dignity, returning to her seat, the brief appearance a powerful anchor, her tremble a echo of love that no cross-examination could diminish. Maya's name, the heartbeat of the case. The defense's cross-examination attempted to paint Maya as perhaps dramatic in her social interactions or overly involved in gossip, subtle implications aimed at muddying her character, but the judge sustained the prosecution's objection swiftly, stating firmly, "Victim blaming is not evidence, counsel. Stick to relevant questions," his ruling a sharp rebuke that drew approving nods from the gallery. The attorney rephrased quickly, but the damage was minimal, the attempt falling flat against the judge's vigilance, the objection a barrier protecting Maya's memory from smears. Elena exhaled in relief, the judge's words a shield against tactics that sought to shift focus from actions to excuses. The exchange heightened tension, the jury noting the maneuver, victim blaming dismissed as the irrelevance it was, the courtroom's integrity upheld in a moment that reinforced the trial's commitment to fairness over insinuation. A crime scene technician followed, testifying in measured tones about the backpack found half submerged in the creek, the faint drag mark leading into the reeds, the scattered bracelet beads like whispers of struggle, and the shoe impressions that spoke of multiple presences as the jury was shown photographs that etched the scene into their minds, images they would not soon forget. He described the methodical collection, flagging, photographing, bagging, each step preserving the site's story. The visuals projecting muddied fabrics and broken branches that evoked isolation's chill. The testimony grounded the abstract in gritty reality, the jury's faces paling at the photos' starkness, a visual narrative of disruption in a peaceful place. Elena stared ahead, the details a painful revisit, but necessary for truth. The text's words built the scene layer by layer, impressions and beads, silent witnesses that painted a picture of confrontation, unforgettable in their quiet accusation. The medical examiner took the stand next, delivering his findings with restrained clinical language that somehow amplified the horror, avoiding graphic details but conveying the non-survivable nature of the injuries through precise terms that left the jury holding their breaths, the weight of sustained impact hanging heavy without need for elaboration. He outlined timelines and consistencies with evidence, his voice even, letting science speak where emotions might overwhelm. "I'm the restraint making the testimony all the more piercing, a quiet storm in the room." Jurors shifted uncomfortably, some averting eyes, the words non-survivable, a sobering echo that stripped away any lingering doubts about intent. Elena gripped a tissue, the measured delivery a mercy and a torment, confirming what her heart already knew. The examiner's poise underscored the finality. Breaths held in collective pause, the courtroom united in the gravity of loss, articulated through facts alone. The defense mounted a vigorous attempt to suppress the Creek Trail evidence, arguing potential contamination from volunteer searches or environmental factors. But the prosecution countered effectively by presenting tight perimeter logs, time-stamped photos of seals, and chain-of-custody affidavits that demonstrated unbroken control from discovery to lab. The logs detailed every entry, seals intact with signatures, the argument dismantling the suppression bid piece by piece. The judge nodding as evidence of diligence overwhelmed claims of taint. This exchange showcased the case's rigor, contamination, a hollow plea against documented precision. Elena watched intently, the successful counter a testament to investigative care, protecting the scene's integrity. The motion's denial reinforced the foundation, logs and seals the guardians of truth, turning defense tactics back on themselves in a display of procedural strength. A park ranger, are familiar with Hollow Creek's boundaries, testified about the trail's overlap with federal recreation land, explaining how this jurisdiction triggered the involvement of agencies like the FBI and RCFL, citing the complexity of digital devices recovered and the need for specialized resources to handle boundary-spanning evidence. His testimony was straightforward, mapping the area's legal nuances and why federal partnership was procedural necessity, not overreach. His knowledge adding context to the investigation's scope. The jury absorbed the details, understanding how a simple trail line expanded the case's reach. Elena appreciated the clarity, the ranger's words demystifying the federal role, complexity a bridge to expertise. The account grounded the trial in logistics, RCFL's availability, a key that unlocked deeper truths, jurisdiction the quiet force that amplified justice's reach. Throughout the testimonies, of people recounting the aftermath, her people recounting the aftermath, her expressions a quiet disdain for the proceedings that unfolded around her. These smirks, fleeting yet pointed, drew glances from jurors and gallery alike, her posture relaxed in a way that bordered on indifference, as if the gravity of death's recounting was beneath her notice. The courtroom's air thickened with each one, a silent challenge to the solemnity, her superiority a mask that only heightened the contrast with the pain being voiced. Elena noticed them acutely, each smirk a sting, a reminder of the detachment that had enabled it all. Kara's reactions became part of the unspoken narrative, smirks speaking volumes in a space where words were weighed, her disdain a thread that wove through the day's testimonies. The judge, ever vigilant, caught one such expression during a particularly poignant moment and addressed it directly. "Ms. Winslow, control your demeanor. This court will not tolerate displays that disrespect the proceedings or those involved," his voice authoritative, speaking not just for order, but for the dead who could no longer defend their dignity, authority stepping in where silence reigned. The rebuke landed firmly, Kara's smirk vanishing as she nodded curtly. The judge's words, a reminder that the courtroom was no place for games, his intervention a voice for Maya when voices failed. Elena felt a quiet gratitude, the judge's stance a proxy for the unheard, control enforced with the weight of law. The moment restored balance, authority the guardian of respect, speaking for those whose stories now filled the room. The prosecution, building momentum, called Sienna Vale to the stand. And she walked forward with the hesitant gait of someone stepping into a storm she had helped brew, her eyes downcast, shoulders slumped under the weight of her choices, and the eyes now upon her. The courtroom watched as she approached, the air thickening with anticipation. Sienna's presence, a living fracture in the group's once solid front, her steps echoing softly on the floor. She avoided looking at Kara initially, focusing on the bailiff, her hands trembling slightly as she took her place. From complicity to confession. The call from complicity to confession. The call marked a pivotal shift. Sienna's arrival, the harbinger of betrayals to come, her hesitant steps into the light, a prelude to words that could reshape the trial. Sienna was sworn in with a quiet oath, her voice barely above a whisper, and as she settled, Kara planned it. The admission landing, Kara planned it. The admission landing like thunder in the room, the first overt betrayal sending shockwaves through the gallery and drawing a gasp from spectators. The statement hung heavy, simple, yet shattering, Sienna's voice gaining strength as she continued, the sorry, a personal fracture, to the accusation, a public one that echoed Maya's silenced voice. Elena's heart raced, the thunder of those words a cathartic release, betrayal the storm that cleared the air. Kara's face paled, the room electric, the first crack in the facade hitting like a force of nature, the echo resounding. The betrayal struck with the force of thunder, promising more revelations as the trial pressed on. The prosecution wasted no time in shifting gears after Sienna Vale's bombshell testimony, on transitioning seamlessly into what felt like proof mode, the courtroom transforming into a gallery of evidence with large screens flickering to life, timestamps glowing in stark white against black backgrounds, and stacks of exhibits passed to the jury like chapters in an unfolding book. The lead prosecutor stood before them, her voice steady and commanding, and explaining that the case wasn't built on whispers or assumptions, but on a foundation of data that couldn't be argued away. Digital footprints that survived every attempt to erase them. She began with an overview, her words painting a picture of technology as the ultimate witness, impartial and relentless, recovering what human hands tried to bury. The jury leaned forward, eyes wide as the first slides appeared. Carrier logs mapping out message volumes, to spikes in activity that aligned perfectly with Maya's growing anxiety in the weeks leading up to that night. Elena Torres sat in the gallery, her hands clasped tightly, feeling a quiet surge of validation as the evidence mounted, each piece a step toward honoring her daughter's memory in this arena of facts. The montage wasn't rushed, it was deliberate, building layer by layer, the courtroom's air thickening with the weight of revelation. Screens and documents supplementing the narrative without overshadowing the human loss at its core. The RCFL examiner returned to the stand, this time diving deeper into the methodology that had unearthed the digital trove. His testimony, a masterclass in forensic science, tailored for the jury's understanding. He described the imaging process first, creating exact duplicates of devices to preserve every byte without alteration, then moved to hashing algorithms that verified integrity, ensuring no tampering could taint the results. With visual aids projected behind him, he explained artifact carving, pulling remnants from unallocated space where deleted files lingered like ghosts, and how they validated each recovery with known controls, running test deletions on dummy devices to mirror real-world scenarios. His voice remained calm, almost professorial, avoiding jargon while emphasizing reliability. We don't guess. We reconstruct based on what the data itself reveals. The jury nodded along, some jotting notes, the explanations demystifying the tech, turning what seemed like magic into methodical steps. Elena listened intently, the process a testament to human ingenuity against deception, the examiner's words bridging the gap between Maya's silence and the voices now speaking for her. This foundation wasn't mere procedure, it was the bedrock, ensuring the 847 messages would stand unchallenged. his testimony a shield against doubt in the escalating battle of truths. The defense, sensing the momentum, attacked the foundations vigorously, labeling the methods junk science prone to errors and human bias, cross-examining the examiner with pointed questions about potential false positives or overlooked variables. But he answered with unflinching calm, citing peer-reviewed studies and nationwide standards. These are the same techniques used in cases across the country, validated time and again. He countered each probe with data, error rates below 1%, controls that mirrored the devices in question, his poise turning the assault into an opportunity to reinforce credibility, the jury watching as defense tactics faltered against facts. One juror even cracked a small smile at a particularly deft rebuttal, the exchange shifting the room's energy toward trust in the science. Elena felt a quiet triumph, the junk science label crumbling like sand. On the examiner's responses, a steady drumbeat of assurance. This back and forth wasn't just theater. It was the trial's crucible, methods tested and affirmed, the calm dismantling of doubt, ensuring the evidence's path forward remained clear and unblocked. With foundations solidified, the first exhibit rolled out. Carrier logs that detailed message volumes and exact timestamps, even for communications where the content had been scrubbed. The sheer number of exchanges, hundreds in the lead-up, painting a picture of persistent, targeted contact that no deletion could fully obscure. The prosecutor highlighted spikes on key dates, lines on a graph climbing like a fever chart, correlating with Maya's reported stress and the prepaid SIM's activation. Jurors passed around printed copies, fingers tracing the peaks, the logs impersonal yet damning, servers indifferent to intent but faithful in recording. The defense objected to relevance, but the judge overruled, allowing the exhibit to stand as a skeleton of conversations, volumes speaking when words were lost. Elena imagined Maya checking her phone during those spikes. The logs, a silent record of mounting pressure, her daughter's isolation growing with each ping. This exhibit set the tone, timestamps the anchors that tied digital shadows to real-world actions, the jury absorbing the persistence as the montage pressed on, building the case one irrefutable line at a time. Next came the iCloud returns, projected in clear tables showing account logins from suspicious IPs, backup timestamps that were abruptly toggled off the night of Maya's disappearance, and a device list revealing manual disables that screamed of intervention, as if someone had flipped switches to halt the automatic preservation of data. The prosecutor walked the jury through it step by step, explaining how cloud syncs captured snapshots even after local deletions. Yet the toggles a desperate bid to sever the digital lifeline. One entry stood out, a login near Hollow Creek's coordinates, timestamped during the critical window, placing virtual activity at the physical scene. Jurors murmured softly, the table's a visual web of evasion, disables not glitches, but choices. Elena reflected on the irony. Clouds meant for convenience turned into keepers of secrets, the returns a testament to technology's memory. The exhibit deepened the narrative. Toggles the fingerprints of panic, the jury's growing understanding, a quiet victory as the evidence montage unfolded, each return a thread pulling the truth tighter. The notification cache fragments followed, smaller but potent exhibits that showcased message previews preserved deep in the operating system's logs, snippets like "Meet at Creek Alone" that survived purges because apps hoarded them for quick access, now unearthed as teasers of fuller conversations. The examiner pointed to screens displaying these remnants, timestamps intact, explaining how the cache operated independently of user deletions, a safety net turned forensic treasure. Jurors examined printouts, the previews incomplete yet evocative, hinting at lures and plans without full context, but enough to evoke the setup's chill. The defense probed for misinterpretations, but the fragment's consistency with other evidence held firm, previews the echoes that refused to fade. Elena felt a pang at one snippet mentioning Maya's name, the cache a hidden vault now opened, preserving what Kara thought gone. This exhibit added texture, fragments the puzzle pieces that fit seamlessly, the jury piecing them together as the montage built, caches the quiet survivors in deletion's wake. The judge, ensuring clarity amid the technical deluge, instructed the jury meticulously on weighing digital evidence. Consider the chain of custody, the expert validations, and how multiple sources corroborated each piece, his words a guiding light to prevent confusion in the sea of data. He emphasized treating it like any physical proof, scrutinize origins, but recognize its reliability when foundations were solid, the instruction a balanced scale for minds navigating unfamiliar terrain. Jurors nodded, some referring back to notes, the judge's calm directives anchoring them, preventing overload from the montage's intensity. Elena appreciated the care. Are the instructions a safeguard for fairness, ensuring the evidence's weight was felt without bias? This pause in the flow reinforced the trial's integrity, weighing a deliberate act that turned complexity into comprehension. The jury empowered as the digital story continued to unfold. Then came the heart of the montage, segments of recovered chats projected on the screen, redacted for sensitivity where needed, but clear enough to reveal the raw intent and coordination. She, the prosecutor, narrating softly as lines scrolled, each one a building block in the timeline of deception. The chats weren't read in full. Select threads highlighted planning discussions, names and timestamps glowing, the jury following along with handouts, absorbing the progression from casual gripes to logistical details. Whispers filled the room as patterns emerged, the redacted portions only amplifying the impact of what remained visible, intent shining through like light through cracks. Aunt Elena braced herself, the projections a digital resurrection of voices that had plotted in shadows, her daughter's fate scripted in shorthand. The segments mesmerized, chats the unfiltered pulse of conspiracy, the screen a window into minds that thought privacy eternal. Key lines were called out for emphasis. One reading, "Bring gloves," a directive buried in a thread about handling things, followed swiftly by "Don't let her record," a warning against digital traces, and "Reset your phone after," an instruction for cleanup that echoed Kara's own actions, each phrase projected in bold, the prosecutor pausing to let them resonate. The jury's faces tightened, these snippets not idle chatter, but blueprints. Gloves implying caution, recording a fear of evidence, resets a nod to erasure. The lines built a rhythm, intent layered upon intent. The courtroom silence save for the prosecutor's voice. Each key phrase a nail in the structure of doubt. And Elena closed her eyes at reset, the words a mirror to the panic that followed Maya's silence, the emphasis underscoring calculation. These highlights weren't sensational, they were surgical, phrases the echoes of a plan that demanded reckoning, the jury absorbing the weight as the montage pressed forward. A particularly damning message flashed next. "She thinks she's better than me. Tonight she learns." Kara's words captured in a recovered thread, laying bare the motive in plain. Unfiltered language, jealousy and resentment boiling over into a vow of correction that chilled the room with its personal venom. The prosecutor let it sit on the screen, the jury reading silently, the statement a raw admission of ego-driven intent, learns a euphemism for something far darker. Murmurs rose faintly, quickly hushed, the message's simplicity amplifying its impact, no ambiguity in the threat. Elena felt the sting anew, the words a window into the clash that stole her daughter. Better than me, the spark of arrogance unchecked. The line stood as motive's core, personal and pointed, the jury's expressions shifting to resolve as they connected it to earlier testimonies, the message a pivotal reveal in the evidence's unfolding drama. Evan's videotaped confession was played next, his voice smaller and more hesitant than his tough reputation suggested, admitting to his role in the transport and presence, but emphasizing Kara's directives. The recording showing his fidgeting hands and downcast eyes as he described the night's escalation. The video ran for key segments, Evan stumbling over words, his admissions laced with self-preservation, but corroborated by timelines. The jury watching intently as body language betrayed lingering guilt. The playback humanized him slightly, a young man cracking under truth's weight, but it sharpened focus on Kara, his finger-pointing aligning with messages. Elena observed without sympathy, the confession a necessary unraveling, Evan's small voice a contrast to the harm inflicted. The tape added dimension, visual and auditory proof, the jury noting consistencies that wove Evan deeper into the web while spotlighting the coordinator's shadow. Noah's interrogation video followed, portions redacted but impactful, showing him sobbing uncontrollably as he recounted the plan's spiral, repeating Kara's phrases like, "No one will find out," and "delete, delete, delete." His breakdown a raw display of regret that humanized the follower while underscoring the leader's insistence on erasure. The footage captured his tears, voice cracking on deletions, the jury witnessing the emotional toll, Noah's repetition, a haunting mantra that echoed the case's theme. His sobs contrasted Kara's calm, highlighting dynamics, the video an emotional pivot in the montage. Elena felt a pang for his youth, yet resolve in the truth it unveiled, delete a refrain of cover-up. The playback deepened the narrative, sobs the counterpoint to calculation, the jury absorbing the human cost through Noah's fractured words. The defense attempted to imply coercion in the group's dynamics, suggesting followers like Noah were pressured beyond will, but the text countered seamlessly, displaying threads where Evan hesitated with, "Are you sure?" only for Kara to reply sharply, "Stop being weak," her words assigning roles like tasks in a grim assignment. The language of dominance clear and unyielding. Projections showed these exchanges, Kara's responses directive, weakening claims of external force, the jury tracing the power flow. Elena saw the irony, coercion flipped against the defense. Weak, a reveal of her control. The implication fell flat, text the rebuttal, roles etched in digital stone that assigned guilt without ambiguity. As the evidence barrage continued, Elena closed her eyes during the most piercing lines. The weight of hearing her daughter's fate discussed in cold coordination, too much to bear visually. But the jury remained riveted, watching a mother's quiet endurance amid the storm of proof, her pain a silent underscore to the digital onslaught. The room respected her space, the jury's glances empathetic, Elena's closed eyes a moment of private grief in public reckoning. This endurance humanized the trial, pain the thread binding evidence to loss. The jury witnessing resilience that amplified the stakes. By mid-afternoon, Kara looked visibly rattled for the first time, not at the mentions of Maya or the creek's horrors, but at seeing her own words enlarged on the courtroom screen, bigger than her composed face, the digital mirror reflecting back a version of herself she could no longer deny or delete. Her posture stiffened, fingers twisting a tissue, the screen's glow casting shadows on her features, her earlier smirks replaced by a tense jaw. The jury noted the shift, her reaction a subtle admission, words confronting their author in amplified form. Elena opened her eyes to this, finding a grim satisfaction in the rattle, the screen a judge of its own. The moment marked a turning point, rattled poise, the crack in arrogance, the evidence's scale finally piercing the shield. The prosecutor wrapped the day's montage with a final haunting line left lingering on the screen. After tonight, she won't talk again, calling recess as the judge's gavel fell, the words a chilling capstone that echoed through the hushed room, the jury filing out with somber faces, the impact palpable in the silence that followed. The line, stark and unadorned, needed no explanation. its intent clear, the recess a breath amid intensity. Elena rose slowly, the words searing into memory, a promise of silence that had come true in the worst way. The judge's call ended the session. But the echo persisted. The smirk began to disappear, fading under the relentless light of truth, the trial's momentum unstoppable as shadows lengthened toward verdict. As the trial pressed forward into its next phase, the defense team pivoted their strategy with calculated urgency, attempting to sow seeds of doubt among the jurors by claiming that the recovered messages had been taken out of context, twisted from innocent teenage banter into something sinister by overeager prosecutors. They argued passionately that kids say things in the heat of fleeting emotions, hyperbolic threats, exaggerated plans that never translate to real actions, urging the jury to remember their own youthful indiscretions and not condemn Kara for words alone. The attorney paced the floor, voice rising with emphasis on adolescence's impulsivity, painting the chats as dramatic flair rather than blueprints, a desperate bid to humanize what the evidence portrayed as cold calculation. Whispers rippled through the gallery as he spoke, some jurors nodding thoughtfully, others furrowing brows in skepticism, the pivot a gamble to reframe the digital deluge as mere noise in the storm of growing up. Elena Torres listened with a heavy heart, the minimization stinging like a fresh wound, reducing her daughter's final hours to overlooked exaggeration. But she held her composure, knowing the facts would soon counter this narrative spin. The defense's words hung in the air, a plea for leniency through ambiguity. But the courtroom's tension suggested that context, once examined, might reveal more than they hoped. The prosecution wasted no time in dismantling this defense, countering with a seamless blend of digital words matched to undeniable physical actions. The SUV captured on gas station cameras aligning with message timestamps, footprints in the creek mud tracing back to suspect's shoes, fibers from Maya's jacket clinging to vehicle seams, and deliberate location history gaps on phones that overlapped perfectly with the night's dark timeline. The lead attorney stood before the jury, her voice firm and illustrative, pointing to exhibits that bridged the virtual and real. A text about meeting at the creek, followed by the vehicle's logged movements. A command to bring gloves echoed in trace evidence left behind. This wasn't abstract interpretation, it was correlation, actions giving damning context to words that might otherwise seem idle. Jurors passed around photos and reports, their expressions shifting from doubt to dawning realization, the physical proofs anchoring the messages in reality's unyielding grip. Elena felt a quiet surge of hope as the counter unfolded, the matching elements of vindication that transformed out-of-context claims into hollow echoes. The prosecution's response a tapestry where words and deeds intertwined, are leaving no room for dismissal. A forensic analyst specializing in trace evidence took the stand next, testifying with clinical precision about the footwear impressions recovered from the soft earth near Hollow Creek's reeds, detailing the unique platform sneaker pattern with its deep heel stamps and distinctive treadwear that match samples from Kara's own shoes, now introduced as key exhibits for the jury to examine. She explained the analysis process, casting the prints in plaster, measuring compression depths, and comparing them under magnification to account for soil type and pressure, ruling out common coincidences through probabilistic modeling that pegged the match at over 99%. The jury handled the exhibits carefully, one member tracing the tread with a finger, visualizing the steps taken in that isolated spot. The analyst's words painting a scene of presence that no alibi could erase. Elena watched intently, the testimony a bridge from mud to motive. Her expertise, the quiet force that grounded speculation in science. The exhibits a tangible link that pulled the abstract into sharp, unforgiving focus. The defense objected to the footwear testimony with emotional fervor, the attorney rising dramatically to declare, "She's a child. On your honor, barely 16, and we're treating footprints like proof of monstrosity." But the judge responded with unflinching clarity. "The jury will decide the facts, counsel, not emotional slogans. Objection overruled." His words cut through the outburst like a steady blade, redirecting the focus back to evidence over appeals to sympathy. The courtroom settling into a hush as the ruling landed, a reminder that age was a factor, not a shield. Jurors exchanged glances. He drew strength from the response, the defense's plea falling flat against the judge's measured authority. Elena drew strength from the response, the child label a familiar tactic that rang hollow against Maya's stolen future. The judge's rebuke, a affirmation of fairness where facts, not feelings, held sway. The moment passed swiftly, but its echo lingered, slogans dismissed as the irrelevant distractions they were, and the trial pressing onward with renewed emphasis on proof over pathos. Sienna Vale faced a grueling cross-examination from the defense, who hammered her with questions designed to undermine her credibility, probing her own involvement, her fears of charges, and why she hadn't come forward sooner. But she held her ground through visible pain, admitting her complicity and the terror that had silenced her initially, yet repeating steadfastly, "Kara orchestrated it all. I was just following." Her voice wavered at times, tears streaking her cheeks as she described the pressure and regret, but her consistency shone through, the pain reading as genuine remorse rather than rehearsed performance, her eyes meeting the jury's with raw honesty. The defense pushed harder, suggesting she was minimizing her role for a deal, but Sienna's responses remained unwavering, her admissions balanced with accountability, turning the cross into a showcase of her transformation from enabler to truth-teller. Elena observed with a mix of empathy and resolve, Sienna's endurance a testament to the weight of conscience, the hard questions only amplifying her credibility as pain lent authenticity to her words. The cross-examination stretched on, but Sienna's steadfast repetition became a refrain, orchestrating the truth that the defense couldn't fully dismantle, her testimony emerging stronger from the fire. In a bold move, the defense attempted to reposition Evan Rusk as the true mastermind behind the events, portraying him as the older, more experienced influencer who manipulated the younger group. But the prosecution swiftly displayed a series of recovered messages where Evan hesitated with questions like, "Are you sure this is a good idea?" only for Kara to reply curtly, "Stop being weak, we stick to the plan." Her words underscoring her as the driving force, not the follower. The messages, projected in sequence, showed Evan's reluctance met with Kara's authoritative dismissals, her language commanding and unyielding, flipping the narrative of influence back onto her. Jurors followed along on handouts, the exchanges revealing dynamics where Kara pushed forward Evan's "Are you sure?" A moment of doubt, quashed by her insistence. Elena felt the shift in the room, the defense's paint job cracking under the weight of direct evidence. "Stop being weak," a phrase that echoed her control. On the display neutralized the attempt, messages the unassailable proof that repositioned blame where it belonged, the jury absorbing the leadership laid bare in typed commands. Noah Pike's mother was called briefly to the stand, her testimony a heartbreaking glimpse into the aftermath as she described her son's panic the night after the incident. He had vomited repeatedly, shaken uncontrollably, and begged her in whispers to help undo it. His distress a stark contrast to Kara's reported calm that isolated her lack of remorse in the jury's eyes. With a trembling voice, she recounted finding him curled in his room, eyes wide with horror, his pleas fragmented and desperate, a boy's regret manifesting in physical agony that no feigned innocence could match. The jury listened intently, her words painting Noah as haunted, his mother's pain evident in every quiver, as the contrast sharpening the group's dynamics where others crumbled while Kara remained composed. Elena empathized with the mother's anguish, a shared thread of parental loss, the testimony a humanizing lens that highlighted Kara's detachment, remorse's absence, a void that spoke volumes. The brief account lingered, panic the foil to poise, isolating Kara in a narrative where empathy's lack became her most telling trait. The prosecution continued to weave the timeline with precision, are introducing evidence of Maya's last cell tower ping at 9:17 p.m., followed by the abrupt gap in her phone's activity that aligned seamlessly with the SUV's footage from the gas station and the group's call records, creating a void in the digital trail that screamed of interference during those fateful minutes. The expert on the stand mapped it out on a projected timeline, red lines marking the ping's end, black gaps illustrating the silence. He cross-referenced with Evans' vehicle passing the camera at 9:03 p.m. and returning at 9:28 p.m., call logs showing bursts of activity bookending the window. Jurors traced the alignments with their fingers on printouts, the gap not random but synchronized, interference the only explanation for the coordinated blackout. Elena recalled that final ping like a heartbeat's last throb, the evidence a confirmation of orchestrated disruption, her daughter's voice silenced in sync with the group's movements. The introduction tightened the net, pings and gaps the silent sentinels of truth, the jury connecting dots that painted a picture of intent woven through technology's threads. A seasoned detective from the Cedar Hollow force testified next, recounting Kara's initial interview demeanor with vivid detail. How she casually offered her clean phone for inspection as if daring scrutiny, pushed a narrative about checking security cameras instead, and smirked openly at mentions of evidence, on her confidence bordering on contempt throughout the questioning. He described her posture, leaned back, arms crossed, eyes gleaming with what seemed like amusement, as if the interrogation were a game she was certain to win, her smirks punctuating deflections like punctuation in a scripted response. The jury watched body cam footage snippets, Kara's expressions captured in real time, the detective's testimony bringing the scene to life, her offering and smirks evidence of arrogance that clashed with the gravity of a missing girl. Elena remembered the reports, the demeanor an echo of the detachment that had enabled it all, the testimony humanizing the investigation's early frustrations. The account added behavioral layers, smirks the nonverbal admissions that spoke louder than words, the jury noting the contrast between her poise and the unfolding horror. The defense launched a last-ditch suppression motion on the burner phone discovered in Kara's makeup bag, arguing the search warrant scope didn't explicitly cover secondary devices or hidden compartments. But the prosecution established firmly that the warrant's language encompassed all electronics in the residence, with the discovery location well within the authorized areas, backed by officer affidavits detailing the room-by-room process. The prosecutor presented the warrant document itself, highlighting broad terms like any devices capable of communication and logs showing the bag's location in plain view during the closet search, no overreach involved. Jurors followed the exchange, the motion a Hail Mary that fizzled under the weight of procedural details, the judge listening intently as arguments flew. Elena sensed the desperation in the defense's push, the phone's suppression a key battle they couldn't afford to lose, but the establishment of scope turned it back. Affidavits the shield against exclusion. The motion's details unfolded methodically, warrant's breadth the quiet victor in this skirmish of legality. The judge, after a brief recess to review submissions, denied the suppression outright, his gavel striking with resonant finality as he cited the warrant's clear parameters and the lawful discovery, another door closing on the defense's efforts to exclude pivotal evidence. The ruling met with a subtle nod from the prosecution and tight lips from the other side. The denial echoed through the courtroom, a procedural win that ensured the burner's messages would reach the jury. The gavel's sound a punctuation mark on the day's battles, authority sealing the path forward. Elena exhaled slowly, the closure a step toward comprehensive truth. The judge's decision, a barrier lifted for justice rather than against it. The moment passed, but its impact lingered. Our doors metaphorically slamming on evasion, the trial's momentum undeterred as more exhibits waited in the wings. Kara was offered the opportunity to testify in her own defense, a chance to address the jury directly and perhaps humanize her side. But after a whispered consultation with her attorney, she declined. Her silence a strategic choice to avoid cross-examination's pitfalls, yet one that couldn't erase the volumes she had already spoken through her typed messages and actions. The judge noted her decision formally, the courtroom absorbing the absence, her choice hanging like an unspoken admission, words unsaid but evidence already vocal in their place. Jurors speculated quietly in their minds, the declination of void where explanation might have filled, but the strategy backfired subtly, silence amplifying the digital chorus against her. Elena pondered the choice, silence a shield that rang hollow against Maya's eternal quiet. The offer's rejection a moment that shifted perceptions without a word. The trial moved on, her typed legacy the testimony she couldn't retract, silence the final, futile defense. As the evidence phase wound down, closing arguments began to take shape in the attorneys' minds, the prosecution framing theirs as a series of choices repeated across 847 messages. Choices to plan, to lure, to cover tracks, that built a deliberate path to tragedy, at each text a deliberate step in a journey of accountability. The lead prosecutor jotted notes during breaks, structuring the argument around the montage's highlights, emphasizing repetition as evidence of intent. 847, not a number, but a litany of decisions that demanded reckoning. The jury, having absorbed the deluge, awaited this summation, the framing a narrative arc from curiosity to culpability. Elena sensed the buildup, the choices a mirror to the irreversible one that took Maya. Of the argument's form, a promise of closure through clarity. The prosecution's approach wove the threads, repeated choices the refrain that echoed premeditation's drumbeat. The defense, in their plea for mercy, leaned into ambiguity during closings, urging the jury, don't ruin a life over texts that could be misinterpreted as youthful exaggeration. But the words hung awkwardly in the air, wrong-footed because Maya's life had already been ruined beyond repair, the plea inadvertently underscoring the irreversible harm in a bid for sympathy. The attorney spoke of second chances and growth, text as fleeting as teenage moods, but the phrasing backfired. Ruin a life, evoking Maya's absence more than Kara's future, murmurs rising in the gallery as the irony landed. Jurors shifted, the ambiguity a thin veil over facts, the defense's words a misstep that amplified the contrast between lives affected. Elena felt the wrongness keenly. On the plea, a distortion that honored no one, ruined lives the heart of the matter, the argument hanging like a discordant note in the trial's symphony. Finally, the judge delivered comprehensive instructions to the jury on the legal standards for premeditation, conspiracy, and accomplice liability, his voice translating the horror of the case into the precise language of law, defining terms with clarity to guide their deliberations. Authority framing the chaos into structured paths toward a verdict. He outlined elements like intent's proof through actions, conspiracy's need for agreement, and liability's reach to enablers, each instruction a tool for justice's careful application, the jury listening raptly, notebooks filling with key phrases. Elena absorbed the guidance, the translation a bridge from emotion to equity, horror distilled into law's framework. The instructions concluded the phase. Yet authority. The final word before seclusion, the jury empowered to weigh the scales. The prosecutor rose for her closing, voice resonant as she began. This case is not about a phone, it's about a decision, her opening line setting the tone for a summation that promised to encapsulate the trial's essence. The verdict approaching like footsteps in a hallway, steady and inevitable. The echo building toward resolution in the hushed anticipation of the room. The jury's deliberation began in a windowless room adjacent to the courtroom, the space feeling suspended in time as if the entire courthouse held its collective breath. The 12 men and women settling into chairs around a long table cluttered with notepads, evidence binders, and half-empty coffee cups. They had been instructed meticulously by the judge, reminded of their duty to weigh facts over emotions, to discuss openly, but decide individually, of the weight of their task palpable in the initial silence that followed the door's closing click. One juror, a middle-aged teacher with kind eyes, broke the ice by suggesting they start with the timeline, pulling out the prosecution's chart that mapped messages to movements, the room slowly coming alive with voices, some hesitant, others firm, as they dissected the 847 communications, debating intent behind phrases like, "After tonight, she won't talk again." Whispers of doubt surfaced early. A few wondering if teenage exaggeration could explain it all, but others pointed to the physical matches, footprints, fibers, the creak's silent testimony, countering with quiet conviction that actions spoke louder than defenses. Elena Torres, waiting outside in the hallway with supporters, paced slowly, her mind replaying the closings, the deliberations' uncertainty a new form of torment, the courthouse walls seeming to pulse with the rhythm of decisions being forged in seclusion. Elena found a quiet bench in the corridor, her hands clasped around a small photo of Maya from happier days, smiling at a library event, her eyes bright with that infectious warmth. And she sat there, the polished floor reflecting the overhead lights like distant stars, her thoughts drifting to the what-ifs that haunted her nights. Friends and family rotated in shifts, offering water or words of encouragement, but Elena's focus remained inward, whispering silent prayers that the jury would see through the veils of doubt, that Maya's story would resonate louder than any plea for mercy. The hallway buzzed intermittently with reporters checking phones and lawyers conferring in low tones, but for Elena, it was a limbo, each passing minute stretching like hours, her grief a constant companion tempered only by the hope that this wait would end in some measure of peace. She recalled Maya's laughter, her check-ins, the small kindnesses that defined her, using those memories as anchors against the tide of uncertainty, the bench a temporary refuge in the storm of waiting, her resolve unbroken even as exhaustion tugged at her edges. Kara's family occupied the opposite side of the hallway, their faces etched with a mix of denial and raw fear. Two worlds colliding in shared space, yet divided by an invisible chasm. One side grieving a daughter forever lost. The other confronting the reality of who their daughter had become through the lens of mounting evidence. Kara's mother dabbed at her eyes with a tissue, her husband staring blankly at the floor, occasional whispers between them breaking the silence, their presence a mirror to Elena's own vigil but laced with a different anguish, the fear of loss through bars rather than earth. No words passed between the families, the divide too vast, but glances occasionally met. Elena's steady. Theirs averted, the hallway a neutral ground where parallel panes coexisted without intersection. Supporters for both sides mingled uneasily, the tension a quiet undercurrent, families united in waiting, yet worlds apart in their hopes for the outcome. The chasm, a poignant reminder of choice's ripples, grief's forms as varied as the paths that led here. The lead prosecutor, pacing a nearby office with her team, reviewed stacks of exhibits one last time, the thick binder of 847 messages, and the chain of custody sheets signed in neat rows, the extraction hash values that verified every digital pull, her mind already anticipating appeals, ensuring every I was dotted, every foundation unassailable. She flipped through pages methodically, cross-checking notes from the trial, the binder's weight a tangible symbol of the case's depth, each document a bulwark against future challenges. Colleagues offered input, debating potential weak points, but the review reaffirmed their confidence. The evidence, a fortress built on rigor. Elena, glimpsing the team through an open door during one of her walks, felt a quiet gratitude for their diligence. The binder's pages like Maya's unspoken advocates, preserving her story against erosion. The prosecutor's quiet intensity mirrored the deliberation's gravity, exhibits the silent guardians of truth. The review a final polish on a case that had consumed them all. Hash values the cryptic codes that locked justice in place. Kara's attorney, meanwhile, whispered urgently to her in a holding area, his face a mask of professional calm, masking underlying concern. As Kara nodded along, her knee bouncing subtly under the table, a telltale sign of nerves cracking through her carefully maintained facade despite her outward boredom. She asked pointed questions about timelines and appeals, her voice steady, but her movements betraying the pressure, the bounce a rhythmic admission that control was slipping, into the holding room's stark walls closing in like the case itself. The attorney reassured her of strategies ahead, but Kara's eyes darted occasionally to the door, the bounce accelerating in moments of silence, boredom, a thin veil over mounting anxiety. Guards observed discreetly, noting the shift from her earlier smirks, the knees movement a subtle unraveling. Elena, unaware of this scene, would have found irony in it, the girl who orchestrated so much now fidgeting in wait. Her facade tested by the very uncertainty she had imposed on others, the bounce a quiet echo of vulnerability finally surfacing. Outside the courthouse steps, the town of Cedar Hollow buzzed with subdued debates in coffee shops and on street corners, voices low but fervent. Was justice really served if she's only 16? One resident pondered over a steaming mug, while another countered sharply. Was mercy served to Maya, who never got to turn 17? The discussions rippled through diners and parks, neighbors grappling with the case's moral quandaries, age versus accountability, a dividing line that split opinions like a fault line. Posters of Maya still fluttered from lampposts, her smiling face a constant reminder amid the chatter, the debates a microcosm of the jury's own deliberations, mercy and justice weighed in everyday terms. Elena overheard snippets during a brief walk for fresh air, or the questions mirroring her inner turmoil, the town's voice a collective processing of grief and ethics. These conversations amplified the case's reach, debates the echo of courtroom arguments, Maya's name invoked in queries that sought balance in an unbalanced world. A local reporter, stationed outside with a microphone and camera crew, recounted the judge's earlier stern warning about courtroom demeanor in her live update, her words broadcast to living rooms across the region, noting how it had set a tone of respect that permeated the trial, while the public began to interpret Kara's documented smirks as signs of contempt rather than youthful nerves. The report played on screens in nearby homes and bars, footage of the judge's gavel interspersed with trial highlights, the public's lens sharpening on Kara's expressions, online comments flooding in with analyses of her body language, contempt the prevailing narrative. Viewers debated in forums, showed the warning a pivot point that reframed perceptions, smirks no longer dismissed, but dissected as arrogance. Elena avoided the broadcasts, but friends updated her gently, the interpretation a small vindication, public opinion shifting like tides under the weight of observed behavior. The reporter's account fueled the discourse, demeanor the subtle evidence that swayed hearts beyond the jury box, contempt's shadow lengthening over sympathy's pleas. Elena received an unexpected call from Maya's friend Jules Mercer, who couldn't bear to be inside the courthouse but wanted to check in, her voice cracking over the line as she said, "Tell Maya I'm sorry I didn't walk her home that night." The words, a heartfelt regret that bridged their shared loss. Jules's absence from the stands, a choice born of overwhelming emotion. Elena listened, tears welling as she assured Jules that Maya would understand. The call a poignant connection amid the wait. Regrets voiced like confessions in a confessional. Jules shared memories of laughter and plans unfinished, her apology a balm and a wound, the line crackling with unspoken what-ifs. The conversation ended with promises to meet soon, Elena hanging up with a renewed sense of community, Jules's words a reminder that grief extended beyond family. Home not just a place, but the safety Maya had been denied. The call lingered in her mind. "I'm sorry." A thread that wove through friendships fractured, but enduring, the courthouse's shadow momentarily lightened by shared humanity. Hours into deliberation, the bailiff delivered a note from the jury to the judge, the room tensing as it was read aloud. A request to review specific message exhibits again, particularly the line, "Reset your phone after," and its surrounding thread. The ask a sign that details were being dissected. Digital words under fresh scrutiny in their secluded space. And the judge approved swiftly, exhibits recopied and delivered, the request sparking speculation in the hallway. Were they focusing on cover-up? Doubting intent? The note's specificity suggested thoroughness, the jury diving deep into the montage's core, reset a phrase that echoed Erasure's theme. Elena pondered it during her wait, the request a hopeful sign of diligence, phones reset, a pivotal clue revisited. The bailiff's delivery heightened anticipation, exhibits the tools of verdict. The jury's ask a whisper of progress in the suspended time. Those revisited messages were displayed once more in the deliberation room, but back in the courthouse, Kara, escorted briefly for a procedural update, stared straight ahead from her holding area, her jaw clenched tightly, as if the screen of her mind replayed the words she could no longer control, tension radiating from her like heat. Guards noted her rigidity, the clench a physical manifestation of strain. On words that had once been hers, now weapons turned inward. The moment passed without incident, but her posture spoke volumes, control's illusion cracking under revisited scrutiny. Elena, unaware, would have seen it as fitting, the clench a mirror to the grip evidence held on her fate. The stare lingered, jaw the silent admission of pressure mounting, the deliberation's invisible hand tightening its hold. After what felt like an eternity, but was several intense hours, the jury signaled through another note that they had reached a unanimous verdict, the bailiff announcing it to a courtroom that stood immediately, the ritual of rising a collective intake of breath as everyone prepared for the words that would define the trial's end. The announcement rippled through the halls, summoning all back to their seats, hearts pounding in unison, the signal a culmination of days steeped in testimony and proof. Elena rose with supporters, her pulse quickening, of the moment a precipice between wait and resolution. The courtroom filled rapidly, the stand a return to order, the jury's signal the harbinger of closure's approach. The judge, resuming his bench with solemn poise, instructed the foreperson to speak clearly and deliberately when reading the verdict, his voice a steady guide in the charged silence, while Kara's mother began to weep softly, even before the words emerged, her quiet sobs a prelude to the storm about to break. The instruction hung, a clarity the mandate, the foreperson nodding as papers rustled, the mother's tears a raw undercurrent that humanized the formality. Elena steadied herself, the sobs a contrast to her own restrained grief, the moment thick with anticipation. The judge's words framed the reveal, tears the emotional prelude, the courtroom poised on the edge of finality. The verdict was read aloud in measured tones, the foreperson's voice steady despite the weight. Guilty on the primary counts. I structured per the jurisdiction's laws. Murder in the furtherance of conspiracy, luring with intent to harm, and obstruction through digital means, plus the added witness intimidation from the jail call. The words landing like stones in a still pond, rippling through the room with finality. The counts echoed, each guilty a affirmation of evidence's triumph, the jurisdiction's framing, life eligible for the lead charges, sealing the outcome. Reactions varied, gasps, nods, on tears, the room absorbing the gravity, guilty the chorus that ended the deliberation's suspense. Elena closed her eyes, the words a release, justice's structure honoring Maya's memory through law's lens. Elena's response was soft, a sound of relief intertwined with fresh waves of grief, her body sagging slightly as if a long-held breath finally escaped, for there was no true win in such loss, only a confirmation that the world had seen the truth and responded. Just the verdict, a step toward healing's fragile path. Supporters embraced her gently, the soft sound a catharsis, relief, not joy, but the end of one chapter's agony. The courtroom respected the moment, grief's complexity acknowledged, confirmation the balm that soothed without erasing scars. Elena's reaction humanized the outcome, relief the quiet victory amid enduring sorrow, the verdict a marker on grief's unending road. Kara's expression, for the first time without artifice, finally broke. Not in sorrow for Maya, or the pain inflicted, but in wide-eyed shock that her carefully constructed world of control had failed her, the guilty echoing like a door, slamming on the future she had assumed was hers to shape. Her face paled, eyes widening as the words sank in, the break a raw exposure of vulnerability, control's illusion shattered in an instant. The jury watched solemnly, her shock a silent epilogue to testimonies of calm, at the expression shift, marking the moment arrogance met consequence. Elena glimpsed it briefly, the break a poignant contrast to smirks past, shock the final mask falling away. The courtroom absorbed the change, Kara's world shrinking in the verdict's wake, failure the teacher she had long evaded. The judge, maintaining order amid the murmurs, set a sentencing date 2 weeks hence, announcing gravely, "This court will hear impact statements from all affected parties." His words a promise of voices yet to be heard, the gavel poised as he reminded the room of decorum in the face of strong emotions. The date loomed, impact the final chapter before judgment's full weight, the announcement a bridge to closure's next phase. Elena noted it on her calendar mentally, the hearing a chance to speak Maya's truth one last time, the judge's gravity a fitting close to the day's revelations. The setting formalized the path ahead, impact the human element in law's machinery, the gavel's impending fall a harbinger of sentences to come. The verdict was approaching like footsteps in a hallway, but now it had arrived, resonant and real, the echo shifting from anticipation to the steady march toward sentencing, where words would give way to final reckonings in the quiet aftermath of truth's unveiling. Sentencing day arrived like a long-awaited storm, finally breaking over Cedar Hollow's courthouse, the room fuller than during the trial, packed with a mix of locals, reporters, and distant relatives who had followed every twist through news updates and whispered town gossip. The air carried a mingled scent of perfume from anxious supporters and the dry, musty aroma of stacked legal papers, a sensory reminder that this was the culmination of months of unraveling truths. Spectators filled the benches, their faces a mosaic of anticipation and exhaustion, some clutching tissues, others notebooks, all eyes drawn to the front where the judge's bench loomed like a sentinel. Elena Torres sat in her usual spot, flanked by friends who had become family through shared grief, her hand steady despite the knot in her stomach, knowing this day would etch finality into the story of her daughter's stolen life. The fuller room amplified the stakes, and for reckonings long overdue. Kara Winslow for reckonings long overdue. Kara Winslow entered through a secured side door, her movements restrained by subtle escorts, the metallic glint of cuffs, visible only when she shifted to sit, a stark reminder that freedom was no longer hers to assume. She wore a simple dress, modest and unassuming, but the restraints, hidden at first beneath sleeves, then briefly exposed as she adjusted, stripped away any illusion of normalcy, transforming her from the poised teen of earlier hearings into a figure bound by the consequences of her choices. Her parents watched from the front row, their expressions a blend of hope and heartbreak. But Kara kept her gaze forward, avoiding the gallery's stares, her posture rigid, as if bracing against an invisible force. The cuff's visibility drew quiet gasps from some, a physical symbol of the trial's outcome, no longer abstract but tangible, metal on skin echoing the chains of evidence that had led here. Elena noted the detail without satisfaction, only a somber recognition that this moment marked the end of denials, restraints the first taste of a future redefined by accountability. The room's energy shifting as all awaited the words that would seal it. Victim impact statements opened the proceedings. A solemn ritual where voices long silenced by procedure finally rose, beginning with Elena Torres, who stood before the court holding a framed photo of Maya in a mock graduation cap from a family celebration. The image, a poignant symbol of dreams deferred, her hand steady as she placed it on the stand for all to see. She spoke of Maya's vibrant spirit, the girl who dreamed of college and helping others, her voice clear but laced with the ache of what was lost. On the photo-drawing eyes from the jury box, remnants and gallery alike, a visual plea for remembrance amid the legal formality. Kara shifted slightly in her seat, but Elena continued undeterred, describing how Maya's absence had hollowed their home, the cap a relic of futures stolen, the statement not vengeful but raw, painting Maya as more than a victim, a daughter, a friend, a light extinguished too soon. The courtroom absorbed the words, the photo's presence amplifying Elena's quiet strength. The impact beginning with a mother's tribute, dreams in the cap, a silent accusation against the choices that ended them. Elena's voice, steady through most of her statement, carried the weight of everyday loss as she shared. She checked in with me every single day, no matter what. A text, a call, just to say she was okay. Now I check the silence, waiting for a message that will never come. The words hung in the air like a lingering echo, simple yet profound. And of replaying old voicemails, clinging to Maya's laugh. The check-ins a thread of connection severed without mercy, her tone not accusatory but achingly honest, a mother's lament that humanized the abstract charges. Kara's eyes remained fixed on the table, but the statement resonated. When Elena's "check the silence," a poignant refrain that bridged personal pain to the broader injustice, the jury absorbing the emotional toll, words weaving loss into the fabric of the day, silenced the unspoken witness to what was taken. Jules Mercer, Maya's closest friend, followed on the stand, her voice trembling as she spoke of the regret that now shadowed her days and how one night's events had rewritten the innocence of their youth. No more carefree walks after school, no more blind trust in those they called friends, the safety of their small world forever altered. She described Maya as the one who always had her back, the friend who turned group chats into laughter and library study sessions into adventures. But now, Jules confessed, she second-guessed every decision, haunted by the what-ifs of not insisting on accompanying Maya that evening. Her words painted a picture of changed lives, youth's vibrancy dimmed by caution. The courtroom listening as she wiped tears, regret a heavy cloak she wore daily. Elena nodded silently from her seat, Jules's testimony a shared burden, the altered youth a ripple effect that extended beyond one family. The stand a platform for voices that echoed the broader impact, trust's fracture, a wound that time might mend, but scars would remain. The prosecutor rose next, summarizing the case's core with unflinching clarity. Those 847 recovered messages weren't random teenage noise or fleeting exaggerations. They formed the very scaffolding of a deliberate plan, a blueprint for luring Maya to isolation, and then the frantic cover-up that followed, each text a deliberate choice in a chain of deception. She recapped key lines. Meet at the creek. Reset your phone after. After tonight, she won't talk again. tying them to physical proofs like the SUV's path. In the footprints, the deleted logs, her voice resonant as she emphasized how the messages coordinated roles, anticipated fallout, and betrayed intent without ambiguity. The jury, having seen the exhibits, followed her thread, the summary a cohesive narrative that transformed fragments into a fortress of evidence. Noise dismissed as the defense had claimed, but revealed as orchestrated signals. Elena felt the power in the recap, the scaffolding metaphor apt. And messages, the structure that held up the tragedy, the prosecutor's words, a final weave before judgment, clarity cutting through any lingering haze. The defense, in their turn, pleaded earnestly for leniency, citing Kara's young age as a mitigating factor, potential underlying trauma from a pressured teenage life, and the immaturity that comes with youth, arguing that rehabilitation, not harsh punishment, would serve justice and society better, and their voice laced with appeals to mercy and second chances. They painted Kara as a product of her environment, social media's cruelties, peer pressures, a small town's judgments, urging the judge to see the girl before the actions, immaturity a lens that softened the edges of guilt. The plea hung in the courtroom, emotional and reasoned, some in the gallery nodding sympathetically, but others, including Elena, saw it as a sidestep around accountability. Age a shield invoked, where evidence demanded reckoning. The defense's words flowed persuasively, trauma and youth the anchors of their case for compassion, the judge listening without expression, leniency the final hope in a trial that had leaned heavily toward consequence. Kara was granted the opportunity for allocution, a moment to address the court directly, and she stood with a composure that belied the stakes, beginning her statement with, "I'm sorry for how things happened," her words measured and soft, but notably, she never uttered Maya's name, skirting the heart of the harm as if acknowledging the victim would make the regret too real, her apology floating in generality without anchoring to the loss inflicted. She spoke of lessons learned, of wishing to turn back time, her tone rehearsed, eyes scanning the room but avoiding Elena's gaze, the statement a performance of contrition that rang hollow in its omissions. But things happened, a passive phrase that evaded ownership. The courtroom listened in tense silence, her words a bid for sympathy, but the absence of Maya's name echoed louder, a void that spoke of detachment persisting even here. Elena felt the generality like a slight, the apology's vagueness a final twist of the knife. Kara's standing a moment of exposure where true remorse remained elusive, the statement ending on a note that promised change without naming the cost. The judge interrupted her gently but firmly, midway through a vague expression of sorrow, his voice cutting in with authority. "This is the moment to acknowledge the full reality of your actions, Ms. Winslow, not just how they affected you." His words a pointed correction that drew a flash of anger in Kara's eyes, a brief spark of the defiance that had defined her, quickly masked but noted by those watching closely. He emphasized the need for genuine reflection, his tone paternal yet unyielding. The interruption, a rare judicial nudge toward accountability. The courtroom absorbing the exchange as Kara resumed briefly, her eyes betraying the flicker of resentment at being challenged. Elena sensed the spark, a glimpse of the unbowed spirit beneath. The judge's acknowledgement, a call for depth that her words lacked. Reality, the mirror she avoided. The moment passed, but the flash lingered, anger the undercurrent to a facade of sorrow that filled the room. "You used a phone that filled the room. You used a phone like a weapon to orchestrate harm, and deletion like a prayer to evade consequences. But this court deals in facts, not wishes or illusions." His words a moral anchor, dissecting her methods without embellishment, the metaphor landing with the weight of finality as he highlighted how technology, meant for connection, had been twisted into tools of isolation and cover. He spoke of the evidence's clarity, the message's intent undeniable, his voice steady, as he underscored the betrayal of trust that amplified the tragedy. Facts the unassailable ground on which justice stood. The courtroom hung on every syllable, the judge's phrasing poetic yet precise, weapon and prayer evoking the duality of her actions, Elena finding solace in the acknowledgement of the court's dealings a counter to her evasions. The address resonated, illusions shattered in the light of facts, the judge's authority, the voice that named what she had wielded, wishes dismissed in favor of reality's unyielding stare. The judge delved deeper, referencing the indicators of meticulous planning that elevated the case. The burner phone acquired weeks prior for anonymous lures, the language in messages that baited Maya with false pretenses. He listed them methodically, drawing from the record, the burner, a symbol of premeditation, lure language, the hook of deception, resets the frantic erasure, and the call a continuation of control, even from confinement, his voice unwavering as he connected these to the broader pattern of manipulation. The jury remnants in the gallery nodded subtly, the references a recap that reinforced the verdict's foundation, Elena absorbing the breakdown as validation of the investigation's depth, each indicator a nail in the structure of her defense. The judge's enumeration built a narrative of intent, planning the thread that wove through every choice, the courtroom attuned to his dissection, accountability, the inevitable conclusion drawn from facts laid bare. The sentence was delivered with solemn finality, tailored to the jurisdiction's guidelines. Kara, certified for adult trial due to the crime's severity, received decades to life for the lead charges of murder and conspiracy. Evan and Noah, as key participants, faced substantial terms of 20 to 40 years each, reflecting their roles in execution. Sienna, with her cooperation and lesser involvement, he received a reduced sentence of probation and community service under strict accountability conditions, the words resounding through the room like a gavel's prelude. The judge explained each portion, emphasizing rehabilitation opportunities within the terms, but the life-eligible clause for Kara hung heavy, a reflection of planning's shadow. Reactions varied, sighs, tears, stoic nods. The sentences a balance of mercy and measure, jurisdiction's framework ensuring proportionality. When Elena processed it slowly, the terms a form of closure, decades the echo of a life cut short, the delivery a capstone to the trial's arc, finality etched in legal language. Kara, upon hearing the decades stretch before her, finally let tears fall, not in mourning for Maya or the families shattered, but in raw anguish at her own future, compressing into numbered years behind walls, the reality piercing her composure as sobs escaped, her hands trembling visibly for the first time. The tears streamed, unchecked and genuine, but observers noted their self-focused nature, a girl's world shrinking under the weight of consequences she had long dismissed. The courtroom watching as the facade fully crumbled, anguish the unscripted end to her performance. Elena glimpsed the breakdown without pity, the tears a human response to loss of control. Future's constriction the mirror to Maya's abrupt end. The moment humanized her briefly, sobs the sound of realization dawning. But the absence of broader remorse lingered, years the teacher arrogance had evaded until now. Elena exhaled deeply as the sentences concluded, her body releasing tension held for months, relief washing over her not as happiness or triumph, but as the quiet end of constant panic, a space opening where grief could breathe without the shadow of unresolved questions. She leaned on a friend's shoulder, the exhale a release valve for the pressure that had built since Maya's disappearance. Relief the cessation of fight rather than victory's joy. The courtroom's finality, a permission to begin healing's slow path. Supporters hugged her gently, the moment private amid the public, panic's end a subtle shift toward tomorrow's uncertainties, tempered by today's closure. The exhale echoed her journey, relief the fragile dawn after endless night, the sentences a boundary that contained chaos, allowing space for remembrance over relentless pursuit. Think justice was served here today? Think justice was served here today. Make sure others hear this story too. Share it. discuss it. Let it remind us all of accountability's importance. The words spoken by an advocate in closing remarks lingered as the courtroom began to empty, a gentle urging to carry the lessons beyond these walls. She's the camera of public attention invited to focus on prevention and awareness. Elena considered them later, the call a ripple outward, justice not isolated but communal. The stories reach a potential light for others navigating darkness. The optional plea faded into the day's end, but its echo encouraged sharing, accountability, the thread that bound individual pain to collective growth. The gavel fell with resounding finality, its sharp crack punctuating the sentences as Kara was led away, her path taking her past the towering stacks of evidence binders on a nearby table. The 847 messages compiled like bricks in a wall she could no longer dismantle, each page a testament to deletion's failure. Guards flanked her, the binder's presence a silent sentinel, messages the unerasable record of intent, her steps slow as reality settled, the courtroom emptying behind her in hushed waves. Elena watched the procession, the stacks a symbol of truths unearthed. She bricks the foundation of justice built on what she thought buried. The gavel's echo reverberated, finality made manifest, Kara's figure receding past the binders, the scene a poignant close to the saga. She thought deletion meant silence. The court made it permanent.